Y'all want to play? Don't click that option and see if you're gonna be eligible for reparations when that time comes. And it ain't. I don't think it's gonna be too long. But y'all want to play? I'm African. Forget about the ethnogenesis. Forget about who I end up becoming. The new person. Forget it. I'm play. Don't click that option and see if hold on. You're gonna be. I'm indigenous. The hell with the ethnogenesis. The hell with the admixture. Nah, I'm just indigenous. Okay. Go ahead. That sounds good. But when you get that form that I got, and you got a choice to write in just that or click Native Black American, you don't click Native Black American descent, and you got your dusty, musty hand out there talking about cut me my check. Okay. Okay, I'm be one of the first ones saying that man, that woman ain't FBA. You dig? That person had a chance to select FBA and they didn't. They put down African or some Cherokee stuff. Yeah, yeah. So go get what's owed to them. Go get what's owed to a Cherokee. You dig? Go get what's owed to an African. If anything's owed to an African, you go get that. You dig? You hop on the Ghana reparation boycott, whatever they was doing. That's your finesse. You want to be African so bad. But FBAs, nah, you got to self acknowledge, especially on forums. When that option comes out and that thing say Native Black American descent, like mine, like my form did, and you don't select that, okay. And you try some origin story, all right. Then demand compensation in that name. We are not going to allow you to come back over here and claim FBA too, claim Native Black American too. No, stay right there. Fight for Indian tribes and whatever is owed to them. Right? We'll support you from over here. We ain't mad at you. We'll support you from over here. But we damn sure is going to be 10 toes in our own project. You did. We will not get in your way. But what we're not going to let you do is double dip. You ain't going to be claiming some Indian or African stuff and then got your hand in the FBA. No, no, ma'am, no, ma'am, no, sir. No, ma'am, no, sir. You got to pick. You got to pick. It's like a troll. Yeah, yeah, hello? You on what? You on mute, man. Yeah, good, good. What's up?
Explain to me, say indigenous. FBA is indigenous to this land, to America?
Did I say indigenous or native?
Same difference, right?
Okay, so there's no difference between indigenous and native?
Yeah, native. Okay.
No, no. I asked you, are they the same or they're different words?
Same.
Do you speak English well?
English feels like
But
yes.
I didn't ask that. I said, do you speak English well? Oh, okay, so right now, Google is Native American and indigenous, or Native and indigenous. No, well, you can't do that. You can't concede after you thought they were the same. Okay, you see, I'm gonna let you Google it. We ain't gonna talk further. You see how I do it? I'm a little different than Tariq and everybody else. I will have you now. You got time. Go Google that. I ain't put no music on for you. Go Google that. I'm gonna embarrass you live. You said they're the same? Go Google it. You dig? Go Google if they're just interchangeable. No, ma'am. No, sir. They're not the same. Not every indigenous can be native, but every native ain't indigenous. Yeah, yeah. So no. Let me block you. Let me block you. And matter of fact, let me say this for people going forward. Listen, I'm not the other people. I don't talk to everybody about lineage business. I talk to people who it applies to only, the people who involve themselves. Sub-Saharan Africans, West Central, South, West Central, South, West Indies, Haiti. That's it. If you live outside of those places, I really don't have much for you because this conversation doesn't apply to you. Right? So yeah, no Puerto Rican, no white tea person, no Jewish person, no Arab. I got no conversation for none of y'all. This don't apply to none of y'all. Y'all just being nosy. Hello? Hello? Did you mean to invite yourself on? Okay, how you doing? Yeah, why everybody hop on and go on mute? Okay.
Here, I pay attention to the tether talk, and I'm very proud to be a foundational Black American, Louisiana by way of Texas.
Okay.
And I'm just on the panel to listen and learn. I stay learning.
All right. So, do you have any questions so far about anything? Right. All right. Okay. So let me go ahead and play the video then. Let me finish playing the video because I'm gonna do you identify as something else? Do you identify as indigenous or Indian, things like that?
Certificate. It has a blue watermark.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What does that mean?
Mulatto.
Okay. Do you identify as like indigenous or aboriginal or were you Indian?
Indigenous.
Okay. Do you identify as native?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, do you have a lineage that were ever serving the plantation in this country?
Sir.
Okay.
They served in World War I and II.
Now, I mean like a plantation, like slavery, forced chattel slavery.
Their father, great grandfather.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Let me play the video. If you got any questions, step in. But go on mute right now. Okay. Thank you. One second. I got to switch the mic speaker.
Are Black celebrities. You don't see too much, you don't see really negative stuff about us in the media over there. You really don't. Because we don't do any grand scale things that would garner international attention that's negative. You understand? We don't have no. Go ahead.
Like, for instance, when I was teaching in Kazakhstan, I was there for 7 years, and you would see pictures, well, videos of, Black women twerking and doing all that kind of stuff. And it's on the television. So in the minds of those people, that's how they see, Black women. And I recall the first city that I was teaching in, I was the only Black woman in that city.
Okay. So I guess she's a tether whisperer. So she said a few Black women twerking is enough. And I mean, first of all, what's so negative about twerking? I just want to get the correlation. So it's so okay. So if a foundational Black woman who has a double PhD, who's a millionaire, very educated, right? Take care of family, marry, all that type of stuff, and she twerks. Is she somehow like negative? Like how does twerking make people say the entire lineage ain't SHIT. Like, how does that? How was twerking? I mean, last I recall, you got a lot of whitey people twerking. They got schools where they teach people to twerk, and that's like international. Like they all in Russia, Ukraine twerking. I see. We see Cardi B twerking. We see Jamaicans and Africans. Like right now, family, y'all seen those African women in those dirt roads twerking with flies all over them. So it's like, when did twerking become a global bad thing? Like twerking is accepted globally. Like what? I mean, you had Khalifa, that Arab woman twerking that her people try to delete her. So like she just like, so twerking is bad globally or good? Like twerking is not seen as something bad. Miley Cyrus twerking, everybody was happy. You did. I don't recall twerking. Shakira, selling out shows twerking. When did twerking become as a bad thing? Twerking in today's society is something that's socially acceptable. If a woman is twerking like at her job, with it, nobody's like, "Oh my God, kick her out. She's fired." They're like, "All right, girl." Or the boss might say, "Okay, all right, enough." You don't get fired for twerking. You don't get, you don't lose contracts for twerking. If a CEO for let's say Netflix started twerking, like nobody boycotts Netflix. Yeah, family. These folks, their jealousy for us, their envy for us is it's on steroids. It's on planet Mars. They make up things that's socially acceptable, that we lead in, that we're known for, and it becomes just horrible and terrible. All throughout white society, they twerk all day long. Every platform we're on twerking, you'll see whitey people as numerous as us twerking. Like I said, they got actually dance schools where they only twerk. We twerk and do a whole bunch of other stuff. They only twerk. But the envy, the vitriol, this and all that stuff is there. Just making up stuff.
Of 130,000 people. And so when men would see me, that's the image that they would have in their minds, even though that's the farthest thing. I mean, by that time I was in my mid 50s. And but that's the but that shapes their attitudes, you see. And so there is that impact, and it's happening globally. So I was just curious as to, how these notions get there. And I don't understand how these people in such small numbers are able to undermine us without white complicity.
Yeah. I mean, this come around in cosplay and just coming our circles, dissipating the energy, and not all of them, but just enough. Getting into certain organizations like the Congressional Black Caucus, which don't do a damn thing for foundational Black Americans at all, but they do a whole bunch of stuff for immigrants. So that's a problem. They come around us talking about minority coalition, and then we elect these people, and then they get in and don't do anything for us, but do something for immigrant groups. Just like Kamala Harris. Hell, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama. Barack Obama's non-FBA. Kamala Harris, non-FBA. Foundational Black Those Americans are great examples of how people get in certain positions and they undermine us and do the whole benign neglect against us, and that is a problem. So we don't want none of these non-FBAs to act as our representatives. We realize that these people are horrible representatives of us. They're not going to represent us properly. They're not going to honor our ancestors. So this is why the delineation movement has popped off. It's our job to honor our ancestors. It's our job to make sure the people of our lineage get the correct justice and the compensatory justice, especially when it comes to resources, because nobody else is going to do it, because we sat up here and we tried to play the kumbaya role. Nothing has worked out as far as that. So we're going to have to take control of that. And that's exactly what we're doing. Let me ask you this, beloved. You're married,
So
right?
how do we get them to change their behavior without us, publicly tearing each other apart? Because it seems like there are a lot of people who just really That's all they do.
We
And I
don't give a
I don't
damn.
hear like,
At this point, we don't give a damn. We're focusing on us. What we want them to do, go fix your homeland. If you got any kind of hostility, go figure. Myron Gaines, all these people come over here denigrating us. We ain't gonna do nothing with a Myron Gaines. I don't want you to do nothing but get your ass back to the Sudan, help your people. We're at the point, anybody who's remotely hostile to us, we don't want nothing to do with them. We ain't got to negotiate with them because we don't need them. That's the thing. And that's what they are tripping out about. They realize that we don't need them. You don't really benefit us at all. We don't need them. We ain't got to negotiate with none of these.
yes.
There you go. So that's why you have a vested interest.
And start talking about how he wrote books about it's sickening.
Right.
It's out of control. The first thing they'd do is go and they'd run and say something about Tariq. This has nothing to do about Tariq.
Right. And
they gotta understand that we are sick and tired of. I live in a building full of Africans. I have a friend that's from Ghana, and he even told me that his mom told from the trash. That's it.
And why don't the Pan Tariq's book?
Actually, this is called The Art of Macking. He said the book was about pimping. And no, it's called The Art of Macking. That's just something that we FBAs, like men, say about, being fly, learning how to court a female in our own way. Basically, that's just our slang for that. You know what I'm saying? It's not anything about pimping. It's learning how to be a man, how to be able to talk, how to have some game, how to get a woman. I guess these Africans, the only thing they know how to do is trick, because where I'm from in Jersey, that's all they do is run around and they drive cabs 29 hours a day and they throw money at women.
And look, let me say this. So this is listen, a lot of tethers, they come with the Charlie Kirk mentality, right? Where they will see a little bit of degeneracy and then spread it on the whole lineage. Now watch this. So they'll say, hey, a pimp talks like that, right? To get women on the stroll. And then they'll hear one of us talk like that and they'll say, hey, you're pimping too. Now, let me tell you the false analogy. So like you said, you're in New Jersey, I'm in New Jersey. So around the East Coast, around the dope game in the early 70s, right? 80s, you'll see a lot of dope dealers wearing gold, right? Kangos and Bally's. But guess what we did when we got some money? The honest money. When we got honest money, even rappers like L Cool J, we will wear Kangos, Bally's, and gold chains too. Are we drug dealers? So just because you speak a familiar way, like somebody else, and just because you wear Bally's, gold chains, and things like that, that don't mean you sell drugs too. You're taking on an image. You're taking on a language or a type of a game that's similar. But you're applying it your way. That don't mean you're the pimp. That don't mean you're the drug dealer. You're applying it your way. That's what we do in Black culture. We take things and we remix them. But we're not that where we got it from, if we got it from there.
Exactly. And I appreciate you for saying that, because that's where I was going next. And the funny part is, they dress just like us.
And they Mac like us, or they try. They try to Mac too.
Because I'm not paying. 'Cause 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 I'm not paying. 'C You're not getting no cash out of me. There's
Right.
Africans running around out here with 3 wives, 4 wives, 3 families, and then y'all talking about we the baby daddies and baby mamas when it's a million of them over there that's orphans.
Right.
Makes absolutely no sense. Now you're talking about us with the gang banging. Have you seen what's going on with the Nigerians and Ghanas and South Africa? They killing each other over there.
Right. Wait, deleting each other. Deleting.
Oh yeah, but yeah. I'm sorry. Repeat that. Yeah, they deleting each other in rapid numbers. But they over here in our space talking about us. It's nonsense, man. I'm gonna land my plane with that. And hey, I love my people, man, and we just keep it going, man.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you, brother. Good information. And yeah, so the African guy who was talking at Tariq's book on pimping, like, why not just invite yourself up and let's talk about it, and let's talk about what's the point behind that. Like, okay, you said he got a book on pimping, right? Now we're playing a video that has nothing to do with pimping. Tariq Nasheed is married. Like, I don't know, most pimps are married. Tariq Nasheed makes legal money. Most pimps make illegal money, right? Most pimps don't pay taxes. So everything about Tariq lifestyle is opposite of a pimp. But let's ask the Pan-African, does he respect Malcolm X? Like, let's go with the negative. Let's go with Tariq wrote a pimp book. He was a pimp at one time. Okay, so now let's ask the guy about Malcolm X. You respect Malcolm X or Malcolm Little? Because Malcolm Little did some pimp stuff, and it's documented. And he was a white tea women, and then he changed his life. All right, so is that acceptable or isn't? Because I can go with the negative. Hey, let's go with Tariq was a pimp. Is he a pimp now? See, they ain't gonna lie and say he is now. But Tether, they do lie. And most of us don't respect Tether. Now, there's some thirsty FBAs in here on TikTok that'll let a voluptuous Tether go in on the lineage. But most of us, we really don't care what y'all opinions are. We really don't care. Listen, whether Tariq was a pimp or not, even though he wasn't, you're just distracting and you're mad that his message today is spot on. You're mad that his message today is landing, is hitting the mark, is hitting the bullseye. And the world is like, yo, yeah, yeah. Yo, we got some Africans in some of these spaces, family, that's completely riding. They got whole YouTube channels explaining what we're doing in a way where Africans can receive it without excuses. No more banana neglect amongst the Africans. Like, this dude is explaining delineation, reparations, how we're not divisive, and all that stuff. He's a whole African, speech, action, all that type of stuff. So what he is doing is proving that they get it. He's like, nah, this makes absolute sense, and he's giving it back to them where they can get it. And he, you know what I mean? So it's like, look, whether Tariq is a pimp or not, my guy. Here's a better question: is delineating unnecessary? Right? Because Tariq argues for delineation, and if he's a pimp or ex-pimp and he don't know what he's talking about, that means his talking points should be garbage. That means you should easily defeat a pimp's talking points, right? So call in, invite yourself up, and let's talk about his talking points when it comes to delineation. Right? So people just say stuff, man. They say stuff because they got a mouth. And the jealousy. Look, you guys are melanated, we're melanated. But we look some of us look totally different from y'all. You guys are on the frail, unathletic, big belly, skinny arms, big forehead. Like, y'all look crazy. Some of y'all look crazy. Unathletic, frail, not one muscle in your arm. Some of y'all look just like that. So y'all look at us like we out here looking like LeBron James. I get it. I get it. Like, y'all kind of look at us like how white T men look at us. If you want to be real, the average African look at us the same way the average white T man looks at us. Damn, man, something that's got, you know what I mean? They look at us like bucks, like stallions. Damn, man. Okay. So just sit back and enjoy. All right. So matter of fact, since you did that, let me go and play this. So we talk about Jamaicans not having access to their beaches, right? And y'all gaslit us. Y'all said Jamaicans said, yo, we got access to the beaches. You capping. Y'all FBAs, y'all capping. Okay. Okay. Well, I came across a story. Jamaicans in Jamaica are talking about the lack of access to beaches. And they're getting arrested for being on the beach. All right. So who's right? Who's wrong? The Jamaicans who live there or you? All right. Hold on. The ones who didn't flee or you? Check this out.
The peoples who born here, born and bred here, robbing them of their birthright. This is our birthright.
For generations, Jamaicans have walked these shores freely. But today, access is increasingly restricted. Just 1% of beach space is free and accessible for those to use.
Accessing the hotel or the
Did y'all hear that? They said only 1% of beach space is free in Jamaica. I'm going to say that right now, family. They said only 1% of beach space is available for Jamaicans. I'll rewind that so you don't miss that.
Is increasingly restricted. For generations, Jamaicans have walked these shores freely. But today, access is increasingly restricted. Just 1% of beach space is free and accessible for those to use.
accessing the hotel or the amenities, just the beach with their pass.
So is Jamaica for Jamaicans or is Jamaica for the Canadians and the Americans and the Europeans? Who is Jamaica for?
Fences all the way from the land, all the way into the water.
From walls in the ocean to legal loopholes, Jamaica's battle for beach access has become a fight between local communities and powerful interests over who gets to enjoy the island's coastline.
A group of friends tried to access the Blue Lagoon very early in the morning, and they were greeted by police with guns.
And after recent hurricanes reshape parts of Jamaica's coastline, campaigners say pressure on coastal communities is only growing.
You can't say you're a fisherman if you don't have a beach.
The beaches aren't just recreation, they are identity, history, and livelihood.
The government decides who gets to the beach, and the government doesn't look after the people properly. It looks after big business, overseas hotel owners, and private individuals.
We head to beaches across the island to hear different perspectives.
This conversation about free beaches, I think is kind of old.
So the people know how to rise up and defend what is their own.
And talk to the people using their platform to make a difference.
It's very simple. It's just like Daddy's song. it's like one love, one beach.
This is Jamaica's fight to reclaim its beaches. We've been investigating beach access in Jamaica for around a year. Long before recent hurricanes brought fresh attention to the coastline, campaigners were warning that public beaches were disappearing. And one place kept on coming up in conversation: Bob Marley Beach. Bob Marley Beach sits in Bull Bay on Jamaica's southeast coast. For generations, local families have gathered here. Fishermen launch their boats from the shore, surfers ride some of the island's best waves, and members of the Rastafarian community have long considered it part of their home.
I'm born and grow here, you know, from a little child. Other parents are me there, grandparents and my parents. But what I go on here now is that the government them have an interest in the place. Bob usually day here, run up and down, kick ball.
The beach takes its name from reggae legend Bob Marley, who called this his favourite stretch of coastline. Today, it's become the focus of a dispute between campaigners, local residents and developers. A hotel group is lobbying the government to build a luxury resort here.
But you don't want to come now and kick away the local poor man now. I don't know that. So, me beg to the Prime Minister or any minister for that. So the people now have to rise up and defend what is their own.
For many people, the concern isn't simply about losing a beach. It's about losing a place that's woven into the history of the community.
I was a beach baby, like I was a seawater baby. And literally, like my mom makes jokes that I was baptized in the sea. Not having that accessible to people, that's hard. That's worrisome to me.
As we travelled across Jamaica, it became clear that this wasn't just a story about one beach. Again and again, we heard concerns about access to the coastline. And nowhere was that expressed more clearly than by one woman we met while filming.
So you came here, you wanted to talk about the beach space.
I need my beach. Without my beach, I cannot walk. This is what helped me to walk on my legs. Where I come here for my exercises.
And what would it mean to you if this beach was taken away?
Well, I would go a cripple and just sit down at home and vegetate. I don't want to vegetate at home. Yeah.
And do you feel like this is a threat to you?
It is a threat to us if they take away the beach. I come here twice a week to get some exercise in my leg. I'm a survivor, cancer survivor, and I need the exercise for me to get, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And why do you not go to that beach over there?
That beach over there? Isn't it because they're coordinating off and they don't want us commoners to come over there? Isn't that so?
Well,
we have to pay?
Yeah.
Why would I have to pay for free water here? I wouldn't want to pay for free water. They don't own nothing, you know. This is God's creation.
The beach he's talking about isn't Bob Marley Beach. It's Porto-Seco, more than an hour away. When we started looking into Porto-Seco and other beaches around the island, we wanted to understand whether these were isolated disputes or part of a wider trend. Campaigners told us the problem stretches across the entire coastline. According to campaigners, only a small percentage of Jamaica's coastline remains freely accessible to the public. Many beaches are attached to hotels, private developments, or attachments that charge entry fees. And while the law says people should be able to access the foreshore, campaigners claim reality on the ground often looks different.
This morning,
5 policemen and one with a big old rifle.
What did they say?
They said we cannot come and swim here.
We, the people, only have access to 2.8 miles, right, of the coastline, is beaches that are accessible to the public. So that is a mere 0.06%, right, of public beaches that are accessible. Countries like, Barbados, St. Lucia, Antigua, we see all these St. Kitts, Grenada, that their people can access their beaches freely. It really paints the picture of, landlessness.
So how did Jamaica get here? To understand that, we head to Montego Bay, the heart of the country's tourism industry. Tourism is one of Jamaica's biggest industries. Every year, millions of visitors come to the island's beaches, generating billions of dollars for the economy. But roughly 1/3 to 1/2 of tourism spending is often estimated to leave the island. And campaigners say development has come at a cost.
So you're from the local area?
Yes, I'm actually from the White House community down the road from here.
What is going on with this beach?
Sanders want to take it over, and we're trying our very best to keep it for the 3 communities around here to have access to use it.
This beach has become the focus of a campaign against plans by Sandals Resorts to build luxury overwater bungalows nearby. Residents say they're fighting to protect one of its last public beaches in the area.
The fight is going okay. Not a lot of people, but because Sandals, they're so powerful, so a lot of people just say, hey, we can't fight Sandals, so leave them alone. But there's some of us who believe in what we believe in, and we have to stand up for what our ancestors have gone through and fight for us to be free and have free access to our country.
Campaigners argue the issue goes beyond tourism. They say Jamaica's beach access laws still reflect a system that prioritises private interests over public use.
The problem is that Jamaica's coastline is controlled by the 1956 Beach Control Act, which is a colonial law brought in before independence, but which hasn't been repealed. And it means that the government decides who gets to the beach. And the government doesn't look after the people properly. It looks after big business, overseas hotel owners, and private individuals.
We contacted the Jamaican government on multiple occasions to ask for its position on beach access, but received no response. The government has previously said that it's committed to enhancing public beach access and investing in more public beaches while promoting sustainable tourism development. One person who's become increasingly vocal about the issue is Cedella Marley. The daughter of Bob Marley says beaches aren't just pieces of land. They're part of Jamaica's cultural identity.
Our people deserve better. And the one thing is that it's free. It was given to us by God. And now it's being taken away by man. And who does that?
Campaigners hope a series of court challenges could help clarify public rights of access. But after months of reporting, it became clear that not everybody sees this as a crisis. Some Jamaicans told us the debate is overblown, and others argue without private investment, many beaches would simply fall into decline. In Montego Bay, Harmony Beach offers a very different picture. The public beach has become a popular gathering place for residents and visitors alike.
This conversation about free beaches, I think is kind of old. If you want to find a beach, you can find one, in my opinion.
Others point out that many privately operated beaches provide facilities that local authorities have struggled to maintain. Puerto Seco is often cited as an example. Once a community beach, it's now a managed attraction with restaurants, water sports, and an entrance fee. This paid beach manager claimed the developers are needed to protect beaches from theft and vandalism.
Facilities that may be built, they go in and they steal all of the fixtures out of it. So it has to be managed for the value that we're giving persons when they come there. It comes at a cost. Obviously, we didn't do this investment to not make money, but at the very least, we want to be able to continue to maintain the property at a high standard, and that's costly.
Supporters argue developments like this improve safety, cleanliness, and visitor experience. Critics say that they gradually place more of Jamaica's coastline beyond the reach of ordinary Jamaicans. While we were making this documentary, another challenge emerged. A series of hurricanes and severe storms renewed concerns about Jamaica's coastline. Campaigners told us the pressure on coastal communities is increasing, and they fear the fight over beach access could become even more complicated in the years ahead.
And using the Hurricane Melissa in a disaster capitalism way to now advance their goals and objective to take valuable coastal lands. They propose this policy, which they are terming the Beach Access Management Policy of 2026. And in that policy, the government basically presents what its view on Jamaicans and their rights to their beaches. And the act state that we will not give you unfettered rights. We will not give you fundamental rights. What we, the government, will do, will give you what is called a qualified right.
Supporters say the new powers are needed to help rebuild valuable communities and protect Jamaica from future storms. But campaigners argue that they could also accelerate the loss of public access to the coastline.
They don't understand what it means to love your country before self. That means that you understand that you are invested with the authority to use our resources, but not to sell them.
Even if all of the beach are not going to be free, would like just leave us with something then that we could survive off of, you know?
It's a debate about climate resilience, about development, about tourism. But for the people we've met over the past year, it's also deeply personal.
This is God's creation. We shouldn't sell them off I'm not saying they can't have their private section, but they can't bar the people who born here, born and bred here, robbing them of their birthright. This is our birthright. And we're supposed to enjoy God's creation, our birthright.
Yeah, so y'all got to work that out. And notice she kept saying, this is our birthright, birthright, birthright. That's a perfect segue to birthrights. You dig? All right. So let's take it there. Let me see where I'm at. Okay. So let's go right into birthright. So, you know, it's crazy that they could say birthright, 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 and nobody says anything. Like, people is like, okay, yeah, that's right, it's a birthright. We say birthright, we're divisive, xenophobic, and we're messy. We're toxic. She kept saying birthright, it's our birthright, it's our birthright, it's our birthright. We say birthright, we are toxic, xenophobic. You dig? All those crazy words. All right. Check it out. Check it out. Speaking of birthright.
They want to go visit a monument.
Hold on. Speaking of birthright. She kept saying the beach is their birthright. Well, you sold your birthright. We didn't sell ours. And speaking of birthright, let's talk about birthright. You mind if we talk about birthright? Let's talk about birthright for 1 second.
So we're making adjustments because it's very unfair. This was done for a different reason. This was done right after the Civil War. This was for the babies of slaves. And what's happening now, people are building businesses around it. From wealthy people are building businesses around birthright citizenship. That's not the way it's supposed to work. It's a disgrace. They're buying their way in. And we're not going to let it happen. So, Steve, if you will, please.
Yes, so today the president signed these two executive orders here relating to birthright citizenship and birth tourism. As the president mentioned, the 14th Amendment was passed exclusively in the aftermath of the Civil War so to ensure that the children of slaves would be citizens. It had no other meaning and purpose outside of that. And that's been clear, obviously, since the day that it was passed. You can go back and you can read the congressional debates. This is not something that's even seriously contested by anybody. The president is using his authority as commander-in-chief to sign first an executive order using the new ruling the Supreme Court issued to expand the definitions of people who are ineligible for birthright citizenship. That includes, for example, alien enemies of the United States, members of foreign terrorist organizations, and large categories of people who lobby and act on behalf of foreign governments. And so with taking this action, it ensures that large numbers of people who wrongly would be getting birthright citizenship will no longer be eligible for those benefits. The second action that he's taking, which is especially historic, is for the first time ever in American history to ban birth.
It's hell to catch on live in
So I
real
want you
life.
to really let that sink in. This has been something that people have talked about not only for years, but for decades. The idea that people come here pretending to be a tourist, pretending to be a visitor, saying they want to go to Disneyland, or they want to go visit a monument or go to a national park, but the real reason they're here is to have a child, to make that child an automatic citizen, leave our country, and then have a U.S. citizen child. It gives them access under this broken system to welfare benefits, ultimately to the voting booth, and all the other rights and privileges that belong solely to Americans. So that practice of birth tourism is, as of the signing of this order, hereby.
Dante's Boxing Nation, what's going on?
To stop feeling sorry for other races and people who do not give a damn about you. They're coming over here taking all of our benefits. I sold cars for 6 years. All the foreign people who are coming from below the Texas border literally used to get grants to get vehicles. They used to come inside the dealership, come get a buyer's order, and they would come back with a U.S. Treasury check. If you look up the numbers, Google it right now, 40% or more of the children's SNAP benefits in America are going to Hispanic people. Over 40%. The money that your ancestors picked cotton for, like Trump said, with birthright citizenship, that was meant for slaves. But all these other people are coming from all these other countries taking advantage of the rights that our ancestors earned, of the money that we were supposed to get. They're getting, the reason why they're saying that all the EBT money and all that stuff is spent up. When you apply for EBT, they ask you on the application what your race is. These people are putting that they're black on these applications. They're not putting that they're Hispanic. They're thinking they're not going to get it. So the numbers are misconstrued. All the grants, you see all these people, you go to a Mexican neighborhood, everybody over there has a van with a ladder on it. Everybody has a pickup truck. There's a reason these people are getting grants. They're getting grants. They're taking advantage, getting all the benefits of our country. They're getting business grants. How are these people starting restaurants, opening up apartment buildings, and doing all this stuff? How are they getting all this money on work visas? How is this happening? And you guys are feeling sentimental for these people who literally came over here and took advantage of this country. A lot of them are getting paid under the table and aren't paying taxes that we're paying for. So now our country is running up debt, and y'all are defending them. That's crazy.
You know how I know some of you hate Black Americans? Because we've been talking about birthright citizenship and the repeal or the reversal of birthright citizenship for months now. And I have seen next to no one mention Black Americans, the people for whom the 14th Amendment was for. Yeah. The way some of you talk about immigration just generally has enabled the right to make it a wedge issue between Black people and Latinos. And that's exactly what they want it to be. That's exactly what they want it to be. They want for the rights of immigrants writ large, but mostly they mean Latinos, to be somehow in odds with the rights of Black people. And you are giving it to them on a little platter. Here it goes. Every time. Because you refuse to learn the history of Black people in the United States. It was not taught to you if you went to school in the United States. And so you reiterate whatever you think is the opposite of whatever talking point Donald Trump is making. But your failure to do your own research just shows how deeply you hate Black Americans. It's crazy.
Black Americans need to be heavily invested in this birthright citizenship conversation because we only have citizenship as a result of the 14th Amendment. And I know that there are segments of Black Americans that believe that we grew here like cornstalk. But if you're paying attention to the Supreme Court conversations that have been had today, they do not give a damn about indigeneity and have gone so far as to question Native folks. And if tribal indigenous folks can claim U.S. citizenship on their own land. I did a video last year, particularly talking about the Dred Scott decision of 1857. And if you're watching this on TikTok, you can look at my caption for that video. And I was talking about how the Dred Scott decision, which was a Supreme Court decision, tells you what you need to know about how they feel about us being here. Chief Justice Robert B. Taney said that Black people had no rights that a white man was bound to respect. That the Declaration of Independence naming that all men were created equal was not for us. And that ultimately servitude was our place as Black people in the United States of America. Then you can absolutely recognize that no matter how many times they talk about illegals gaining citizenship, they don't want Black people to have it either. I find it odd that in this time, Black people will be trusting anything white men have to say. When the reason we have a whole last Juneteenth is because people in Galveston, Texas weren't even told that they were emancipated. And also, it's not a matter of them stripping away our citizenship in order to ship us wherever around the world. It is their goal to have us in a continuum of servitude.
There's only two groups of people in this country that did not immigrate here: Natives and African American descendants of slaves. So ending birthright citizenship would have ensured that there are only two groups of people in this country that are actually citizens because they did not immigrate: Native Americans and African American descendants of slaves. That's the level of incompetence and ineptitude you're dealing with this administration. In their quest to end birthright citizenship, they would have ensured that the only actual American citizens were natives and African American descendants of slaves. In fact, birthright citizenship was created to give newly freed slaves citizenship because they had no country of origin to return to. Because I don't know if you know, but when we were brought here to this country on ships as property, The origins of where we came from were destroyed so that we could not connect to our roots with another home country, so that we didn't have that home pride that every immigrant group did, so that we couldn't carry that tradition and stories with us. And we were branded property in America. And then once our time as property, human property of other humans ended, we were granted citizenship because there was nowhere else for us to go. We don't know where we're from in Africa. We're not African. We are American. And our parents were born here, and our grandparents were born here, and our great-grandparents were born here, and so on, ever since we've been considered human in this country. Your effort to make sure nobody can vote but white people almost made sure nobody can vote but black people and natives. You almost made sure that black people and Native Americans are the only citizens in this country. And I, for one, would have loved to see that. It would have been hilarious. It would have been better for everybody because those are the two groups of people who, anyway, we're not going to do that. But yeah, it's close. It's close.
I don't see a lot of creators talking about this, but the Supreme Court is scheduled to hear oral argument regarding President Trump's challenge to birthright citizenship on April 1st, 2026. The case that President Trump is challenging focuses on whether an executive order can end automatic citizenship for children born in the U.S. to undocumented or temporary status. That could be a big win for Black Americans because, as we all know, Black Americans are the descendants of slaves, which the 14th Amendment birthright citizenship was originally for. So basically, because the United States is having an immigration issue, if this order that Trump is challenging gets passed, Black Americans in America will have a greater chance now of getting assistance, getting a job, and so much more. Like, you guys need to wake up and realize what's going on right now.
In regards to this birthright citizenship.
Hey, let me say something, and this is important. Black women like her who is talking, and some of these black people who are talking, these are not people who are aware of FBA, the acronym. They're not aware of the acronym ADOS. They're not aware of the Freedmen delineating term or so on. These are regular, everyday, normal Black Americans who are hearing the president's national argument, and they think it makes sense. This is a white supremacist nightmare. This is a tether nightmare. We kept trying to tell y'all, it's not, when we say 50 million FBAs, you guys would say, nah, they don't all call themselves FBA. They don't have to. They don't even know about the term FBA. But these are Black Americans who think just like her. She didn't say FBA one time. She said Black Americans. Okay, but it won't, listen, but she's on board with birthright citizenship, just like the average Black American is, no matter if they call themselves FBA or not. What I'm saying to you guys is this. They're not saying FBA because they're not aware of the acronym. You know, most Black Americans are not aware of the acronym. What we're trying to do, the serious FBA spaces like myself, not the clickbait, world star shade room FBA spaces that just gossip and bash all day. Serious FBA space like myself, we try to signal boost, Batman signal FBA to the lineage who don't know about it. All right. And when they finally know about it, I want them to hear sensible voices like myself, not people yelling and calling folks tethers all day long. Cause that might not be a great introduction. So I feel like clear, educated sense, coherent sentences, every word in the curse word, every word ain't tether. I think those introductions to the lineage and what we're doing, delineation, will be more receptive to the unsuspecting FBAs who don't know about it, the movement. But what I'm trying to say is, it don't take much more than 10 seconds to get an FBA onto the movement, the delineation, and the terms we're using. She's saying Black American, Black American, Black American. How hard is it for her to put the Wheezy F baby there first and just say foundation Black American? And then we explain why, she'll get it immediately. And then it's also, when you say foundational, so tethers, listen, white supremacists, listen. When we say foundational, that is like a beat yourself on the chest, like pump your chest, like the LeBron James celebration, 2 hands in the air. It's like, yeah, we're reminding the world we are the ones. We built this country. You dig? So I don't know one Black American who would not be proud to say, yeah, man, we want people to know in our identifying term that we are the ones who built this country. So y'all mad at that. Y'all mad that the average Black American will never be ashamed to say, I'm foundational to this country. We built the infrastructure. They're going to brag about that. You don't know that because you don't know us. We know us. And we know that, again, we are the proud people. We said we're proud to be Black. You don't think we're proud to be foundational? That's a bar. We are the ones who made a song. We make songs of how proud we are to be Black. You don't think we're proud to be foundational? Yeah, so the average FBA will gladly receive the Wheezy F baby in front of Black American in a shortest conversation. I never struggled communicating FBA to people who didn't know anything about it, that were indeed FBA, but didn't self-identify. After I got done talking to them, they're like, yeah, I'm foundational. Like, yeah, that's how easy it is. So what happens is, family, is that these tethers and white supremacists like to say Tariq's the leader, Tariq's the leader. So when a Black American learned the FBA, they don't want to feel like, oh, I got a leader now. You dig? So that's why the tethers is like putting that bad energy out there to make lineagers believe they got a leader if they say they're foundational. So for responsible spaces like myself, we debunk those lies and we tell why they're doing it. Like, yo, there is no leader. Even he says he ain't a leader. We are lineage. There's no leader of a lineage. There's leaders within organizations and movements within the lineage, but there's no leaders of the lineage. All right. Any questions about that? Invite yourself up. But let's finish. Let's finish up.
Stuff. I want to be clear. I never really talked about this and never really got down into the subject of this because I didn't understand what was occurring and why it was occurring. At the end of the day, the constitutional clause that talks about birthright citizenship 100% was meant to include, or was 100% meant to refer to the children of prisoners of war. Okay, it does not.
Another Black young woman who know nothing about FBA delineation, but she's out here standing 10-20 on all of our stances and talking points. You think it's hard to let her know that she's FBA and to go forward calling herself that? It's not hard. We're already on one accord. You dig? Y'all mad and y'all madder.
Not mean, and it did not mean at that time that if somebody from Libya comes to America, that when they have a child, that they have birthright citizenship. It never did mean that, because at that time when that law was put into place, there were only Indigenous Americans and Caucasians, or Europeans rather.
Right.
There wasn't a whole bunch of other people here.
That's common knowledge.
So it at the time, it addressed the conversation of the time, of the moment, right? So the issue that I have with immigrants coming in and trying to use that as like a catch-all type of umbrella clause for them is that they then are now pushing that means that they have the same rights as those who are indigenous to this land, one, which is Black Americans, who I'm specifically talking about, and those who actually created the system with which we currently live in, which are the people who conquered us at the end of the day. That's what happened, right? Right? So the issue comes in when they are, and see, this is what they're doing. They are trying to say that Black people are immigrants and we're immigrants, so we should be able to be treated and get the same rights as Black people. And it's just not the truth. We are not immigrants. We were already here. So the issue with this conversation is that it separates us from our birthright and our inheritance to the land, okay? And to, to benefit from the system, that was created from on our backs, and it really was. And so when the immigrants come here and they say, "Oh, this place was built on the backs of immigrants," no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. So Black people, you got to pay attention to this, because actually at the end of the day, what they're trying to do is they are trying to say that Black people are similar to immigrants, that we're the same, and we're not. We were indigenous to the land. We could never be the same. And I think we need to get a little bit ahead of this at the end of the day. I think instead of us even trying to play on this level field, because we are indigenous to the land, we have more capability and more power than we even know. And we need to start setting the tone for that. We need to start setting our own ground rules, because at the end of the day, it's getting out of hand. People who are coming from other places think that they have the same rights that you have. No, you have courtesies. There's a difference, right? You have courtesies. We've given you a courtesy. We've extended you a courtesy, okay? And we've given you some additional privileges, but those are not rights that you have. If you're an immigrant, that's just it. You're an immigrant. That means that we have given you courtesy. We have given you the courtesy to allow you to do certain things. That doesn't mean that you come over here and you start making the rules.
Apparently there's some confusion about birthright citizenship. So much confusion that President Trump has had to chime in. And so I just want to be honest. Birthright citizenship exists because of me. African Americans, descendants of former slaves. That's what it was for. It guaranteed African Americans citizenship in a country that had never acknowledged them as citizens or even more than 3/5 of a person. That's what it was for. It was not designed for an immigrant to hop over the fence and have a baby and, hey, that baby gets American citizenship. Wrong. It wasn't designed for rich immigrants to come over here and buy their citizenship by having babies.
This comment reflects two important points about the intended meaning of the clause by its authors, I think. First, they intended that the children of tribal Indians who resided on reservations and owed their direct allegiance to their tribes would not be entitled to birthright citizenship, but the children of assimilated Indians who had left their reservations and had established permanent residence among the body politic of the states would be entitled to birthright citizenship. Second, it is not at all plausible that the framers of the Citizenship Clause intended that tribal Indians to be able to evade this limitation on birthright citizenship for their children by the simple expedient of leaving the reservation long enough to give birth to a child. The key distinction between tribal Indians and assimilated Indians was allegiance. Tribal Indians owed their direct allegiance to the tribe, while an Indian who established a permanent domicile within the state and assimilated into the body politic committed his primary allegiance to the United States and thus entitled his children to citizenship at birth.
A whole lot of people thought that birthright citizenship was going to fail, okay? However, it did not fail. Okay, so if you are born in the United States of America, you are a birthright citizen. That is the ruling of the Supreme Court. And that is what so many of Black American forefathers fought for way back in the day, okay? Because back in the day, they were trying to base it on race and race alone. However, it's not based on race alone. It's about the fact you were born here, okay? And contrary to what many people believe, Black Americans and white American abolitionists and politicians who were on the right side of history decided that early on, they were like, no, we're going to fight for birthright citizenship instead of it being based on race. Because if, in fact, they were to base it on race, they would have only let white folk be citizens, to be quite honest. They would have based it all on race. But now that I mentioned birthright citizenship and how the Supreme Court just upheld birthright citizenship and how this has been a long ongoing fight to get it way back in the day for Black Americans and white Americans who stood on the side of birthright citizenship, I want to talk about that because I ran into a comment and people didn't understand how Black Americans actually co-founded the United States of America, and this was one of the challenges that Black Americans actually took part in. There is absolutely nothing. Let me say this: there's absolutely nothing that took place in the United States of America good that Black Americans did not participate in. I'm gonna say this: the movie Roots has y'all screwed up. Okay. The movie Roots has y'all screwed up. The Black Americans were doing more than just what you saw on Roots. Okay. If you care to even read the book I wrote on it, okay, Black Americans did everything in the United States of America the same way as white Americans did. Okay, there's no white people can do this, white people, black people can do this. No. As far as skill set, as far as surveying, as far as a lot architects, engineers, Black Americans did the same exact thing as white Americans, and Black America actually did it more because we were enslaved. Okay, we did it more. So the founding of the United States of America was not just white folk. I just want to get that out. I just want to get that out there. It was not just white folk. It was Black Americans. There's nothing, when I tell you, I want y'all to understand this. Enslaved does not mean just working in the fields. We did everything. Everything. We did more, actually. We did everything. That's exactly why Black America can hold this nation together, because we know what to do. We know what to do. Okay? Black America did just as much and more for the founding of this nation in white America. So even when it comes down to birthright citizenship, it was Black Americans who freaking created that bad boy. Straight up. And I'm going to prove it to you right now, okay? If it were not for Black Americans, there will be no birthright citizenship. If it were not for Black Americans, there would be no birthright citizenship. That's facts. That's facts. All of what is going on in the United States of America is because Black Americans fought for it and made this country, our country, live up to what it's supposed to be. When you want to talk about the rulers of the good in America, you're talking about Black America.
Nope. Yep.
Yes. We are live. The Zoom link is there. The Zoom link is there. We are live. If you join, make it quick because I got some videos. I'm not done. I'm not trying to make this a 9-hour live. So if you call in, Run DMC, I'm proud to be Black. All right. Yeah, I want to find that Run DMC song. I'm not, but because there was another what rap song was that? Somebody put that in chat. If y'all really know hip hop, like, because I'm not the biggest hip hop connoisseur, but there was a song, Black I'm Proud. Black I'm Proud. It's like a remix of the James Brown. All it said was black, but it's not all it said, but the hook was like Black I'm Proud. It didn't even say like I'm black and I'm proud. It was Black I'm Proud. Something. Black I'm Proud. If y'all know that song, put that in the chat. I've been looking for that when I like upload little shorts on TikTok and YouTube, and they say add a song. I be trying to get that one, but I'm gonna look up the Run DMC. Yes, we are live. Okay, so 10:44 a.m. August 15, 2026 Eastern Time. We're live. We're lit. And you could come on, invite yourself on, but please make it short because I got a lot of stuff to play. I'm nowhere near finished. Okay. So, all right. So thank you. I gotta still finish this. Remember, this one I ain't never finished. This dialogue right here with Tariq with a so-called confused cosplaying Pan-African. I didn't finish this one. Listen.
People are in these relationships, and you have children that's half Cameroonian and half foundational Black American, right?
Yes.
Right. How many kids you got, by the way, dear?
Just one.
Just one. Okay. Right. So yeah, my thing is with these children, a lot of times they might have dual allegiances, and that could be a problem with people who got a dual allegiance when it comes to politics. Because when it comes to political structure, a lot of folks who have dual allegiances, sometimes they will align more with the country their mother came from. And a lot of people come over here and they're just anchored. You know what I'm saying? You don't really have any relationship with the foundational Black American side of the family. That was just a lick and a finesse that one parent needed to get citizenship over here. So they don't have a real connection. So it just really depends on the individual and their level of loyalty and camaraderie to whatever lineage they feel more an affinity to, you know?
Yeah. I had relatives, like even back in the 50s, one of our relatives, she's dead now. She married to a German Jew when that was against the law.
Yeah.
And they had to leave the United States. So she left with him and they went to England. He was a German Jew. And after he died, she and her children, came back to the States. And I've got, older people in our family who are, they've died. But like one of our, who died recently, she was married to a Jamaican for years. And we, and that's throughout our family. I mean, people have married, my first cousin married to a Puerto Rican. I mean, two of my brothers have Jamaican wives, and we never really had these issues. So for me, it's a shock, and I think it's really, if it continues in this way, it's going to be tearing a lot of families apart. What do you think?
No, the thing is, I've seen a lot of people who are foundational Black American who married into African families, and every day they call us talking about how the husband's family or the wife's family from wherever part of Africa has a real strange disposition towards them, and how that family looks down on Black Americans. We see it and hear it all the time, and that's an issue. Because these people are not in a position to look down on anybody. So that's why we're letting people know that's not going to fly anymore. That whole people living in third worlds but got this thing where they want to look down at us. No, that's not happening no more. Those days are over. So it's all about respect. It's not a problem. All people have to do is show us the same respect that we show them. When we go to people's homelands, we show respect. When they come over here, we help them get over here. None of these immigrant groups over here without our help. We were the ones helping get those immigration laws together so that they could come over here from Africa and the Caribbean. So it's all about respect. It shouldn't be, ain't nobody gonna be torn apart unless you just plan on being disrespectful indefinitely. So that's the problem. As long as people show respect, everything is good. Respect our lineage just like we respect theirs, right?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm just happy to be able to say, as an African American, I've not had that experience, but I'm sure other people have. So I'm willing, to listen and to learn and to understand, because to me it sounds really serious. Like we're kind of tearing ourselves apart.
What does that mean? Hold on. What does that mean? Tearing ourselves apart.
Well, the strive for the global South unifying.
Oh yeah, man, hit the link. You got a question, man? That's what it's for. Like I just said it earlier. I said, hey man, anybody want to join? Can join. I should just be mindful that I got a lot of audio to play, a lot of lessons to go on. And I want to be here too late. I do want to enjoy this weather is nice. It's probably gonna pick up and piss me off, but the way it is right now, this is perfect weather to me. I don't like all that hot sun stuff, but this is the time to invite yourself up or click the Zoom link, especially if you have questions. Mohammed called earlier. He asked some great questions. A lot of times y'all questions you think is just yours. It's not yours. I don't know why y'all don't wake up. When you have a question or you think a certain way, you're not the only one. There's millions of people who think like that. Whatever that thought was in your mind, you're not the only one. There's other. That's why delineation picked up so fast. We all thought it. You dig? Tariq wasn't the first one. Yvette, Carnell. Now we all thought it. We just never thought it was going to be a term that could unify us. So we kind of kept it to ourselves. We thought people was going to call us divisive, xenophobic, toxic. You feel me? And we didn't want to bear that burden by ourselves. So we kept it to ourselves. But a lot of us was already on a delineation, mindset, the wave. That was us. So when y'all have a thought, a question, a conclusion, an answer, most likely it's somebody else got the same one or something similar. And maybe you put it in words better, but they thought the same thing. So what I'm trying to say is your questions be other people's questions. So the answer I got that I can give, they is going to benefit more than just you. So if you got a question, the Zoom link is on YouTube. Hit the Zoom link. If that's you're having a problem with that, I have a phone number. You can call on, I could put it in the Zoom. You can call it. And the TikTokers, if you have a questions, invite yourself up. I'll pause the video for the questions. All right.
Against the global north. And once which we see happening right now with countries fighting, infighting, ethnic fighting, all over the world.
We're not fighting.
Which is weak.
Yeah, we're not fighting anybody. We don't have anything going with Africa. What do we have going on with Africa to divide from?
Well, I was saying the global south, and so for African Americans, they're actually in the global north. Okay.
What's the what? You're
in the
losing
global
me.
south,
You're losing me. What does all that mean? Okay, you're losing me. What do you mean the global south? What is that?
I'm talking about all the people that are not Europeans and not living in Europe.
The global.
Okay, so when she said I'm talking about, that's when I finally heard her accent. I'm not the best when it comes to accents. I'm not good as Tariq as some of you guys. But when she said when he said what that mean, the global is, and when she said I'm talking about, that's the first time her accent was very clear to me. Okay, it came very clear. Yes, so she completely has an accent. Okay, 100%. I finally heard it when she said I'm talking about when she said I'm talking about, her accent came out 100%. Okay, so she is definitely not a native Black American who call themselves foundational.
Global south.
I'm talking about all.
Losing me. What do you mean the global south? What is that?
I'm talking about all the people that
in the global south. What is that?
I'm talking about all the people that are
global south. What is that?
I'm talking about all the people that are not
global south. What is that?
I'm talking about all.
Didn't all y'all hear that accent when she said I'm talking about? I rewinded like 10 times because y'all all, even the Haitians, Jamaicans, and Africans that's listening right now, y'all all heard it. Y'all all heard it. That is definitely, that's not Haitian. That's not West Indian. That is an African dialogue. And I'm going to guess, I'm not the best with the accents. I say dialogue. That's an African accent. I'm not the best with the regions in Africa, but if I can guess which accent that is, family, that's either that's like more Nigerian. I'm gonna guess Nigerian number 1 and Ghana number 2. But I think that's more, well, I don't know. It's one of them. So from all the Nigerians I heard speak and Ghanaians, she's either Ghanaian or Nigerian. If not those two, she's very close to that region. Okay. She's the next tribe over. But that accent, I'm talking about, I'm gonna rewind it a few more times. That is clearly an accent. Right. But she's from Africa for sure. Not Haiti, not the West Indies. And I'm gonna guess Ghanaian. She's Ghanaian or Nigerian.
You're losing me. What do you mean the global south? What is that?
I'm talking about all the people that are not European.
What is that?
I'm talking about all the people that are not Europeans. I'm talking about all the people that are not Europeans. I'm talking about all the people that are not Europeans and not living in Europe.
The global south? I don't get that one.
Yeah, that's a very common term these days, the global south, meaning all non-European peoples or people not living in the northern hemisphere. So when you have things like,
if you want your questions asked, and I'm sorry, if you want to ask your question, if you want your questions answered, you got to know I don't answer questions from the chat like that, especially something like that. some like simple questions, yes, I'll answer real quickly. But if your questions, you want to know the answer and why, yeah, that type of question, you need to invite yourself up on Zoom. You dig? And if I need to, I will see the phone number. I don't think you asked for the phone number, but I'm put it in there. But a question like that, I got to make sure it's coming from a good place, not a bad faith question, because that sounds kind of like you're trolling. So I need you to talk to me because I need to hear your accent. I need to know if you sound like I'm talking about the global South. You might be on that global South, global North stuff. So I don't like when people see the reason why we say call in, because we're not going to allow people to throw rocks and hide their hands. If somebody got an accent and they're clearly not from this country, I'm not going to allow them to talk about my country when they have a country. It's like, all right, well, let's compare oranges and oranges. You dig? Let's compare culture and cultures. You know, so I don't want nobody throwing rocks and hiding their hands. You throw rocks at me, I want to throw rocks back. Let's have a rock throwing contest. So that question sounds kind of trollish. Smell like tether a little bit. So what I'm saying is, if it's not a tether troll question, Zoom link is there pinned. Go to the comment section, it's pinned, and click the Zoom link. Let the TikTokers hear the question. Let the world hear the question. Let me answer it.
BRICS happening and different organizations where they're trying to unify across continents and countries and cultures. It just seems like if we continue down this path, we're going to be tearing ourselves apart, which weakens us, you know, even in the States.
No, ma'am, you're in Cameroon. They got how many tribes they got over there? They got a gazillion tribes in Cameroon. They're not even together there.
Yeah, about 250 something. But that was designed by Europeans. They didn't.
Okay. But they can stop it though. Yeah, I know that the Europeans designed.
All right, legendary. I just blocked you. Okay. Now, how about that? It's a simple question. Well, blocking you is even simpler. The question is going to take to answer that question, is going to take about 5-10 minutes of my valuable time. And, you know, you tethers ain't no puppet master. You can't puppeteer me. So my value time answering that question could be 5 to 10 minutes. Blocking you takes 1 second. Now, the link is still there. You still can talk. You can call up. If the question is sincere, I will unblock you. But right now, you're blocked. All right, and we're gonna go forward.
Yeah. It's 200 different tribes over there, the country alone. So yeah, they're not even together there. Yeah, people got this thing. We gonna rip people apart because we don't want to sit here and pretend we're generic Africans. But people already ripped apart over there. Well, they're not together there, let alone together with us. So yeah, what's gonna happen?
That's true. I'm just thinking. I'm just trying to understand how the tone of our conversation is going to change things for the better. That's all.
Oh, it's great. Oh, I've never felt better. Oh, it's great for us. Yeah, what folks need to do is make it great for their homelands. Make it great over in Cameroon. Get things popping there. We don't want people just popping over here with that same tribal mindset. They're not trying to build nothing with us. We stop pretending that they are. Yeah, for the most part, when people come over, and I mean, you got cool individuals. You got 1 or 2 people who are cool, but collectively, ain't nobody trying to build nothing with us. They trying to leech and parasite off of us to get what they can. And it's the same tribal mindset that's over there. And we're just saying, hey, listen, people are going to respect us as foundational Black Americans. We're recognizing and honoring our own lineage right here. We're not going to sit here pretending that we're from Wakanda. No, we got a beautiful lineage here that's rich with culture, and we're protecting that culture and protecting that lineage, just like you're supposed to do. Everybody's supposed to do that, right?
Yeah, I agree.
There it is. All right, beloved. It was a pleasure. I hope we got some constructive dialogue out of the conversation, Miss Lining.
I think we I think we absolutely did. And, one of the things I want to state is even amongst ourselves as African Americans, there is this feeling of growing intolerance of different opinions and name calling and bashing, which I think is so sad and it's so unhelpful. And I think we just need to give each other more respect and accept each other's differences of opinion based on, experience and background.
Okay. Well, when it comes to respect, okay, now if we're going to respect, we got to respect.
Because we don't even respect each other. I mean, some of the things I've seen people writing and saying, even about me as I'm speaking, it's very just disheartening. It's very disheartening.
But the thing
These
is,
are my own people.
right?
And
But the thing is,
they're just being right disrespectful.
but no, but ma'am, you got to read the room. We don't.
You see, like somebody just said, she's African. She's not FBA.
But you got to read the room.
My parents were born and raised in the United States. I was born and raised in New York City and the Bronx.
Yeah, okay.
And
but
here people they don't know anything about me and they're saying she's African, yet I'm born and raised from African American parents in the US. That's the kind of stuff that doesn't even help us amongst ourselves.
But the people
that kind
lie,
of behavior.
though. But people lie. We get a lot of people who lie about them being foundational Black Americans, and also the fact that you keep crowbarring the term African American, knowing that we don't really use that term anymore over here. That's not a term that we use, but you keep insisting on using it. I think many people might take that as a form of disrespect because we're not African Americans. We're foundational Black Americans. Elon Musk is an African American. So it's all about respecting lineage and respecting titles and respecting.
Like I said, I haven't been in the U.S. for a while,
Right.
So I'm using what I recall, not intending to disrespect anyone, but I'm not there for the day in, day out, changes in the nuances. I'm just using. It's like sometimes I hear people referring to us as coloreds and Negroes. That the era that they came from, that's what they use. So I don't take offense to it. Yeah, now if I heard a young person today saying that, it would be like, I'd be surprised. But when you listen to older people, I mean, they have a completely different vocabulary. But anyway, thanks for listening and thank you for respecting my opinion and hearing what I had to say. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Miss Lanice. Thank you so much. Oh, Lord. Yeah, a lot of people are questioning her background. Me too, because I don't think she's FBA either, to be honest. The way she's talking, even the accent. Yeah, he's like, I was born here. Oh, okay. I don't know. Ebony?
Melanie.
Where's your family from, dear? Where's your family from?
Well, a few generations back, I have family from Jamaica, but American. I'm born here.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so your family's Jamaican.
Some of my family, yeah, have even further than that. Probably, you can trace where we've been infiltrated, and I won't say the word on here.
Okay, got it. Okay, there it is. All right, well, thank you so much, beloved. Thank you, dear. Didn't I tell y'all about that indigenous, that when people do that indigenous thing, a lot of the white supremacists, but it's not bad. We try to let the white supremacists make Black a bad thing. It's not a bad thing whatsoever. No word is bad, unless the connotation of it is off. But indigenous, when you say indigenous, okay, that implies a tribe. And when we say foundational Black American, that is basically you're indigenous to the United States. Because we got to be very careful, because if we start saying indigenous, then the red guys will come around, and they've been infiltrated. So we got to watch every word. And
So Mohammed, if you're still in the audience, this was for you. When I said I played Tariq getting on the indigenous thing. When folks claim this is not all, but a large sum. This is for you, Mohammed. When people claim the indigenous, aboriginal, Indian thing and purposely avoid saying FBA, Native Black American, freedmen, all those delineating terms, ADOS, when you purposely sidestep those delineating terms and you stick with indigenous, aboriginal, Indian, you are as just as suspect as a tether that's doing the most, right? When we hear that, and these folks don't want to say FBA, don't want to say Native Black American Freedmen ADOS, we like, but they're sticking with these Indian indigenous terms. You're like, okay, all right. Okay, this person is guilty until proven innocent. All right. When y'all start talking like that, I automatically believe tether, backdoor. All because of my experience, Tariq's experience is just what it is. Okay.
When you say etymology, that's very important because a lot of the white supremacists, they've already infiltrated the indigenous thing. That's why if you go to any of these tribal websites, the chief of the damn tribe looks like Justin Timberlake. They all lily white, blonde hair, blue eyed. So you got to be careful with that because when you start saying indigenous, well, hey, I'm indigenous. I'm the leader of a tribe, so I'm federally recognized as indigenous. So you open the door for them. So we got to be very careful with that. That's why Foundational Black American is fine. Foundational Black American, it works because we've always been classified as Black. We are American, and we just put the foundational on it, and that specifies our unique lineage at the beginning of this country. So that works for right now. That's why it's so powerful. All right?
Okay.
Now what do you you identify as indigenous?
Not necessarily. I'm melanated. You know what I mean? I as far as the etymology with Black being bleaking, and it just, and everything you fill out, they want to know, are you Black? Are you know what I'm saying? It's another way to try to identify. So that's why I was, obviously, yeah, everybody in the chat talking about Black and proud. We know that culture, absolutely. We take anything they throw at us and make it ours and make it better, absolutely. But yeah, I just melanated.
Where's your family from, dear? Where's your family from?
Well, a few generations back, I have family from Jamaica, but American. I'm born here.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so your family's Jamaican.
Some of my family, yeah, have even further than that. Probably, you can trace where we've been infiltrated, and I won't say the word on here.
Okay, got it. Okay, there it is. All right, well, thank you so much, beloved. Thank you, dear. Didn't I tell y'all about that indigenous, that when people do that indigenous thing? I told y'all. I told you. Didn't I tell y'all when people say, hey, I don't know, why are we using Black? What about indigenous? I told y'all. When they do that indigenous thing, a lot of them Jamaicans be pulling that. Like that one dude who calls up here, talking about he's a damn Arawak. He's a damn Jamaican immigrant. All right, let me tell you something. When you see people who got some kind of issue with the term Foundational Black American, the term Foundational Black American is perfect for us. It's a perfect term. You understand? So when somebody tries to remix that and, well, let's say we Indian. What about we just melanated? What about we indigenous? No, that's not gonna work. Yeah. No, see, I'm telling you, when they say those Caribbeans do that, I'm telling y'all the play. That's a backdoor game, family. I told y'all what the backdoor play was. A lot of Caribbeans, they want us to do the indigenous thing so that their claim is, well, the Tainos and the Arawaks was in Jamaica and Puerto Rico and Haiti, and they were going back and forth from the North American mainland. So technically, I'm indigenous to these lands. even though my family immigrated here. See, they're not telling you about the immigration part. See, they're trying to backdoor using the Arawaks and the Tainos who would go back and forth. They're trying to latch on to that. That's a backdoor thing where they're trying to backdoor their way into the lineage, man. I didn't hip y'all to that shit a while ago. So yeah, we got a lot of people trying to backdoor their way into the lineage. You see, that's why descendants of slaves wasn't good enough, because they were using that to backdoor themselves into it too. That's why people don't use descendants of slaves no more like that. That's why that term kind of teetered off. Y'all remember that one tether woman who was kind of trolling spaces and everybody got on her damn bumper? She was like, well, yeah, I'm a descendant of slaves. I just hate foundational Black American. I don't like it. But I'm a descendant of slaves. I'm a descendant of slaves in Americas. Come to find out, her family's from Guyana. That's why she kept saying descendants of slaves. Because, yeah, they were descendants of slaves in Guyana. You see? So they try. Watch every word matters. See, words matter. Words matter. That's why when you see foundational Black American, that stops everything. They can't crowbar themselves into it. That's why people have a problem with it, because you can't leech on to it. That's the only reason people got a problem with the term foundational Black American. You can't latch on to it. You can't backdoor your way into it. That term locks everything down. It's very, very specific, and nobody can leech onto it. It's extremely specific to our lineage. You understand? That's why the response, you can't argue it, so it's all about emotional responses. Well, damn it, saying you foundational, that's divisive, that's separatist, that's exclusionary. You damn right it is. Hell, you ain't foundational. What the hell you want us to do? All right, we are acknowledging that we have a lineage that goes to the beginning and the foundation of this country. All right. You don't, we do. So what's the problem? We all in it together. If the police pull me over, they ain't gonna, okay, that ain't got nothing to do. Our lineage ain't got nothing to do with whether the cops gonna pull us over or not. That don't change my family's graves being in the soil going back to the 1600s. That don't change nothing. What are you whining about? See, they want us to be generic Africans. That's not happening. We've already gotten specificity and it has taken on. Ain't no going back. This is one of them things, it's a genie you can't put back in the bottle. I mean, this is just the new norm. Whining and crying ain't gonna change nothing. Right, our lineage is our lineage. And that's the thing people got a problem with, man. Because we got a claim that people can't make. See, again, we're supposed to be diluted into everybody. We're supposed, as Black people, we're community property. Everything we do, everybody's supposed to nudge us out and take over. If we say African American, move nigga, I'm the real African American. When we say hip hop, move nigga, I'm Puerto Rican. I created it 50-50, so let me be the spokesperson. Everybody's supposed to nudge us out the way and take over. You can't nudge us out the way of this. Oh, you can't nudge us out of the way of being foundational. You can't do that. There's only one group that is foundational, that has a consistent lineage to this day. That is foundational Black American. White tea people can't even claim that, because a lot of the white tea people that came over here, they weren't even let into whiteness until later. They were ethnic others. So they can't even have that claim. They don't have the continuity that we have. We have a long continuity, ladies and gentlemen. You understand? And that's powerful. That's powerful as hell. Yeah, a lot of these Europeans came over here and got no papers. That was the word, the term WAP, the Italians, they called them WAPs. That meant without papers. They didn't have no paperwork or nothing. Yeah? So yeah, that's very, very powerful. All right.
All right, I want you to hear that whole thing, Mohammed, before you hop on, because people got an issue with not listening to the full context. All right, so y'all can hop on if I invite you on and I play a video. That means I want you to hear the whole video before you chime in. Right. So yeah, so invite yourself back on. So that's what we were talking about. You asked questions, I gave you my answer, and then Tariq gave you his answer. And a lot of times we both come to the same conclusions. A lot of times. Sometimes we don't, but a lot of times we do. All right, let me see. Is Mo, all right, Mo, you there? Yeah, did you hear the whole video? Okay.
So, no, I understood it clearly when you explained it, and you explained it perfectly. And I heard that broadcast that you just replayed when Tariq originally played it. So, no, I clearly understand both of y'all, man. And again, I appreciate both of y'all scholarship. I completely identify as FBA. I was just wondering with my original question why, when I call certain, like, you know, when I use the term native accidentally, not really understanding the difference between indigenous and native. That, you know, that was my original question, and you cleared that up too. But yeah, I identify myself as a foundational Black American. And last thing I'll say before I drop down, you made me understand something else as well when I just told you the story about my mother telling me that, you know, we Blackfoot Indians from South Carolina. You gave me a good term to run with moving forward. You said, Mo, that's your origin. You know what I mean? Before the ethnogenesis. So that's something good to stick, you know, in the back of my mind too. So, you know, yeah, man, that's why we listen to these spaces, man, you know, to get the scholarship and to get the good research that you guys do and bring to us, man. We greatly appreciate it. One last thing though, Ron.
Wait. Let me sit into that real fast. So when we hear like people like me and Tariq, when we hear people, well, okay, what we listen for, because people say, oh, my grandma, Africa, this, Africa, that, that's cool. I'm mulatto, this, mulatto, that. What we listen for is when people use a delineated term. That's all we care for. And like people can give shrines and voodoo, all type of goofy shit. But we're looking for so if they say, hey, I'm free, if they leave with I'm freedman, if Solon, ADOS, FBA, Native Black American, and then they say, hey, my grandma got this, that, man. It's like, all right, go ahead and tell your story. Like it don't bother me. But when people lead with the grandma thing or the African thing, now you got our attention. Now we want to hear you say a delineating term. When we don't hear FBA, Freeman, ADOS, something like that, we like, okay, tether alert.
I want you to get back to teaching the people. That song you were thinking about is "Black and Proud" by Intelligent Hoodlum. In the hook, he's saying "Black, I'm proud." So yeah, classic song.
Wait, hold on. Black, hold on. And
Black Proud, Intelligent Hoodlum. He later changed his rap name.
To what?
He later changed his rap name to Tragedy Gaddafi, but
that's Tragedy Gaddafi?
Yeah.
Oh, snap.
Originally started as Intelligent Hoodlum. He was a part of the Juice Crew. He was
oh wow, yo, that was my dude, Tragedy Gaddafi.
It's the song you were thinking about, brother. Just interviewed him up in New York not too long ago. Such a very humble brother. I mean, I was you know, shooting questions at him about, you know, his career in the past, how he got started, how he met Marley, all these things, and like he would just keep interrupting me, like, man, I can't believe you know, came to interview me. I'm like, man, you're a hip hop legend, brother. Even, you know, I don't care how famous you are or how you know, rated or overlooked you are, you know. All you guys contributed. But anyway, yeah, that's who that is, Ron. And I
wow.
Let you get back to teaching.
Yeah, good luck. Yeah, damn.
It's a pleasure. I'm gonna drop back down.
All right.
To your program.
Yes, sir. So he gave me He gave me the name of the brother, and then let me know the brother. He's actually. I love Tragedy Gaddafi, yo. Yo, damn, that's crazy, yo. That's crazy. So I finally got the song. So now, when I go to TikTok and YouTube and I do my shorts, I'm looking. Hopefully, they got this song there because I'll be looking for this. Like Styles P got a song about black, and they won't let me do that one. So it's funny. Like a lot of the black songs, you don't have access to when you do a short. Like, of course, James Brown is there, but a lot of the other black songs, rap, that's Proud of You Black, you don't really see them too much on these options for songs. It's like, come on, man. Like, y'all gotta extend y'all bass. Okay. So yeah. So it doesn't bother me if people say they're indigenous, Indian, African, mulatto, as long as you acknowledge yourself as somebody that went through the same 400 plus ethnogenesis as myself, we cool, we family. You dig? As far as that, because that's all I'm listening. Because again, you can be indigenous and Aborigine and not be FBA. That don't mean you an op. You dig? I don't mean you're an op. It just means you're not us, and that's okay. One thing you ain't got to worry about me. I will not cosplay as one of y'all. You dig? You won't get that reverse cosplay over here. Okay, so now I'm getting down to where I want to get to. Okay, so I covered that part. Okay, so now let me go to reparations. Because that's what I'm trying to end on. I'm trying to end on reparations. So a Somali man called in about reparations. Okay, so check this out.
All of a sudden, Roxanne, what's up, Roxanne? Roxanne, what's up, dear?
Finally, yes. Thank
There you go. How you doing, beloved?
Thank you. I'm doing all right. My voice is gone. I've been over here dying laughing listening to your live.
How you doing, dear?
I'm fine. I just wanted to get up to say, I think that the immigrants coming over to America is an invasion. I created a petition. I'm nervous. Okay, so I created a petition to repeal the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, and I think we should all, every last one of us, sign it because there's no reason for them to be coming over here and disrespecting us. They are and
in your thing.
Yeah, them ancestor flags.
Really
doing good. What's the word?
Oh, I'm good. You Senegalese, Ghanaian? What are you?
I'm from St. Louis, Missouri.
Okay, you got foreign flags in your thing.
Yeah, them ancestor flags.
Really? What ancestors?
My Mandinka, Wolof, and my Angola ancestors.
Okay. So your ancestry goes to Angola and Senegal?
Angola, Senegal. Yes, sir.
Interesting. So are any immigrants in your family?
I don't have no immigrants in my family. What's an immigrant?
So how your lineage gonna go to Senegal and it didn't exist?
Well, I took my DNA test. I got cousins over there that I match from Senegal, a lot of them.
Really?
Yes, sir.
How so? How you got cousins in Senegal and y'all ain't immigrants?
I tell you what, I'm at work right now. I'll catch you tomorrow and I'll screenshot my stuff and I'll come up, you know what I mean, and show it to you.
Yeah, just logistically.
Yeah.
How would that be?
The same reason your ancestors came over here, what you say, 16, 1500, same way your ancestors got here.
Right, and you can trace some relatives?
I got 456 cousins from Africa.
Really?
Yes, sir.
So that means that you would have departed from them when, in the 1800s?
Well, I was born in 1976, so...
I'm talking about your family. I'm trying to see how that works.
It go back to, like, far as I made it back to the late 1700s. Okay. And I just got started a couple years ago.
Yeah. How are you going to have a fourth cousin from 500 years ago? I'm just trying to figure that out.
Well, my 34 great grandparents was African, bro. I mean, they wasn't nothing else before that.
Your third, not the third and fourth one, because third and fourth, that would be late 1800s. So they weren't African unless they were immigrants.
My third or fourth, let me see. My grandma was 36, 32. My great grandma was 1908. So my second great, they put her at what? 1880, 1890.
Mm-hmm.
My third one, they put him at like what? We're 1880,
right.
Between 1850, 1860.
Mm-hmm.
So I might be down. So I'll say probably my 56th great grandparent.
They couldn't have been African in the early 1815. They couldn't have been African because they banned the slave trade from Africa over here. So I'm trying to see how that works.
Slavery still going on in USA though. At the same time though, they just stopped the transporting from Africa across the oceans.
Right.
Within the USA. And the Caribbean islands, slavery was still legal, you know.
Okay. All right, brother. All right, Unity, my man. All right, thank you so much, brother.
Yes, sir.
Cap like a motherfucker. Dude. Yeah. If they were here in the early 1800s, they didn't come from Africa. If they were here in the early 1800s, most likely they did not come from Africa. You got to watch people. That just sound like cat. Family, let's be real. When you start doing these genealogy searches, you rarely find anything showing you Africa. Now, if you said, okay, going back to the 1700s, all right, 1700s or whatever. But yeah, around 1808, they stopped the importation of people coming over here in large numbers. In rare cases, people coming through the Caribbean. See, they got to do all these twists and reaches. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's a reach. Yeah, and Senegal didn't exist at the time. All right. Okay. All right. Man. Okay. Man. Okay. See, they never... Hmong. Yeah, they did. They stopped. Yes, they did stop. The hell they didn't. They did stop. They stopped bringing over imported African people in large numbers in the 1800s. They didn't bring over African people in large numbers. That's a fact. No, they didn't, because it was illegal to do so. In the 1800s, they were not bringing over large swaths of African people. That's not true. That's historically incorrect. All right? They were not. Yet, the black population kept growing. All right? In large numbers. Why was that? And it wasn't because of the breeding farms either. They try to blame that big growth on the breeding farms. No, what they were doing was reclassifying people. They just started getting some of the damn indigenous people and saying, okay, you Negro, get on that plantation. That's what was happening. Yeah, it was reclassification. That's why the numbers kept going up. Yeah. Man. All right, but that's a different conversation. All right. Let me see. Augustus. You don't, okay. Augustus, you didn't want to come up, Augustus? Okay. All right. But yeah, we're not continental Africans. Yeah, we're not generic Africans. Yeah, they want us to be weak. And Augustus, what's up, Augustus?
What's up, Tariq? Much respect to you. I appreciate everything you're doing.
Yes, sir, man. Now, where you calling from, Augustus?
I'm calling from California, Southern California. You know how to go there.
Yes, sir. Can you talk up, please? Talk up, please, because there you go. You're very low.
Okay, let me take it off of my headphones. Let me see if I get it on my speakerphone.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Give me a chance.
All right.
All right. Can you hear me better?
Not really, but we'll rock with it. Now, what's your ethnic background? What ethnicity are you, brother?
Foundational Black American.
There you go, my man. What's on your mind?
Man, the Godfrey thing, man. You know, I came here a little energetic because of.
All right, is the Hold on. Is the guy with the Senegalese flags talking crazy in the chat room? All right, now why is he talking crazy in the chat room? Okay. What are you talking about? Giovanni, what's up, Giovanni? Giovanni, what's up, man? And this dude talking about he had cousins in Africa from a DNA test. Nigga, okay. Okay. Yeah, somebody's a damn immigrant if you do. All right. If you got cousins, somebody's an immigrant. Let's get William Jones. We'll get one more. Let's get CD. Let's get CD in here. I was going to get William Jones. Let's get CD.
Hello,
CD.
brother.
Hey, CD.
Hey, how you doing, brother? I've been on here for a while. Like, foundational Black American, folks from Mississippi and Alabama, roots back far as I've searched so far as the 1800s.
Yes.
And I'm still working on trying to get other information as it.
What part are you from?
Somalia, brother.
Okay. And I've been to Zimbabwe, but that's kind of central, right? That's if I consider Central Africa.
Yeah, but you could consider it. It's pretty much same shit, same thing, man.
Yeah, and loved it. I love the people in Zimbabwe. Very beautiful people. So what's on your mind, brother?
Yeah. With the reparation, man, how do you think you guys are gonna go about that to receive that? Because I do feel like you deserve it big time. 100%.
Oh yeah, we're just gonna go to our mailbox, get the check, and go cash it. Yeah, that's how we're gonna get it.
But how do you think you're gonna go about it to get it up the president, for the government to understand it, to establish it?
Oh, it's gonna happen. It's gonna fall in line. The ancestors are gonna make sure it happens because we are honoring our ancestors, and the ancestors just kind of make things happen the way they need to happen. So we're gonna let the ancestral spirit guide us the way, and the spirit of Majara is gonna make it happen and give us the instructions.
I understand your ancestors and God and everybody knows you're gonna get it. But I'm saying, how are you guys gonna present it to the government to show him whatever? Anybody who comes from the slave ancestry deserves the reparation. Like the natives, they get taxed or they get tax free or whatever. I don't know how it goes. You guys deserve that plus more, you know what I mean? Land plus that.
Yeah. Now, why is it so concerning to you about the logistics of it?
Because the whole movement of FBA is that, right?
No.
Get the reparation.
That's
no. FBA is not a movement. FBA is a people. But the whole the chats of FBA, everything is the reparations and everything.
That's not even
as
true.
the immigrant,
That's not true. That's not true. Our lineage is our lineage, whether we get reparations or not. There's some people who want reparations. I'm one of them. But yeah, being a foundation of Black American is not just about reparations. It's just our lineage. We're acknowledging a lineage.
Do you know what a lineage is?
Mm-hmm.
A lineage is a tribe. So somebody's in your lineage, he's from your tribe. So you can track I can track 14 generations of my dad's family. So his dad's dad. So I know their names. It's not written down on paper, but I know his dad's name, and it leads all the way to the tribe. So when you say lineage is different than saying we're a lineage just because we're African American or a Black American. That you can't say it's a lineage.
How come?
How could that be a lineage?
A lineage is no. A lineage is not a tribe. A lineage is where you can trace to a direct
ancestry. It's ancestry. It's blood. It's blood.
Listen, slow down. Lineage is just you being able to trace back to direct descendants. That's it. It ain't a tribe or whatever you want to call it, but it's really a descendant.
But if everybody descends from someone different, how could you all track back?
Because all of the people we track back with were here at the foundation of this country. You see? That's the commonality. 50 million of us can trace back to people who were here at the beginning of this country. That is a lineage. See how that works?
Yeah, that makes sense.
There you go. So you tried to make it more confusing than what it was, sir. It's not that
but what we go by as a lineage is I can put in ChatGPT.
I know. We already know. I just explained it, sir. We're documented. I can show you a tombstone. I can go to a tombstone, brother. Okay, I don't know what you're doing with that. Hold on, I got to get you out because when they start doing stuff with their screens, I don't know what you're trying to do. So I had to get them out. I don't know what he's trying to do. Oh, yeah. See, well, these people, they don't really have an argument. They're just trying anything. Now they want to try to redefine what a lineage is. Lord, you're just saying shit. No, they want to try to redefine what a lineage is. I know what a lineage is. Lineage is not just a tribe. It's anybody you can trace back. Everybody has a lineage. Everybody has a damn lineage. It just depends on where that lineage goes to. You come from somebody. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, notice how these people, they come in acting friendly, but they're trying to get intel. Yeah, like, you notice how he keeps trying to press for the logistics of how we gonna go. I ain't telling you. Yeah, I ain't telling you. What the hell am I gonna tell you for? Now, how are you going to go about it? How are you going to petition the government? Okay, the ancestors. I ain't about to tell you. Yeah, so y'all can try to come sabotage it? Oh, lineage watching. Boy, for remember these people used to say we ain't got no culture. For people who didn't have a culture, boy, y'all stay watching our culture. They keep our culture on a damn magnifying glass. Boy, they want to know all the logistics. Oh, they want to know all the preparation moves. They want to know everything. Oh, they got a magnifying glass on everything we damn do. Damn. Pocket watching. Where's that money going? Where's the money going to go? Okay. Boy. Good grief, man. Man. Lord. Who was that? Somebody said, one set of grandparents. Who was that? Who's that? Yeah. I mean, lineage is, we, as foundational Black Americans, 50 million of us can trace our individual lineages directly to people who were on this soil before the United States was built by those people. That is a lineage. That is what makes you foundational Black American. If you, as a...
All right. So Chad called in yesterday. So I told Chad to hit the link. He busy, whatever. But this is for Chad. All right. So Tariq Nasheed website is more precise on what a foundational Black American is. When Tariq Nasheed usually talk like this, freely, he sometimes leaves the door open for Liberians to say they are foundation Black American. So I'm gonna get into that. So this is where we at right now at this part of today's live. We're gonna cover who's foundational, who's not, and who is eligible for reparations and who is not. Because sometimes through like casual conversations, like we can get lackadaisical and we'll say reparations and say who's foundational, but we'll give open door access to tethers, cosplayers. So listen to how Tariq Nasheed is defining who is FBA and who's not. And you tell me if Liberians can sneak into this definition. Now, Tariq's website, you can't, the established website, they can't backdoor. But right now, if somebody was to call in and say they're Liberian, they might be able to sneak into this definition. Listen.
Who were on this. Lord. Who was that? Somebody said, one set of grandparents. Who was that? Who's that? Yeah. I mean, lineage is, we, as foundational Black Americans, 50 million of us can trace our individual lineages directly to people who were on this soil before the United States was built by those people.
Okay, so far, a Liberian can do that. Not all Liberians, but the ones who left here willingly, they can do that. Okay, let's go on.
That is a lineage. That is what makes you foundational Black American.
No, it does not. So on his website, he's more to the point. But that definition right there, tying yourself here before it became the United States of America, the average Liberian not the average, but the Liberians who went to that place in 18 or established in 1847 from America, they can tie and trace their lineage to this country before it became the USA. So that loose definition right there that Tariq just gave, that includes Liberians. So that's why I say this. I say that we got to be indoctrinated in our truths. That means we don't change up. When we say something, it's always the same thing. So when we break down what makes a foundational Black American, it should always be the same breakdown. It shouldn't, remix and this, that, because this what happens. You'll leave some stuff out. And he just said that those who can tie themselves to this country before it was established as the USA, those are foundational Black Americans. That's not true. Because then Liberians will be foundational Black Americans. All right. So now I'm gonna tighten that up. In a second. So Liberians, stop. Sit down. You're not in, because he loosely just said it on his website is more accurate, more detailed. But this is what I'm trying to say, family. Let's become more indoctrinated in our truths. So when I break down the X on them, end on them, F on them, learn it. Little B, big B, learn it. That's called being indoctrinated in a truth where you ain't got to freestyle no more. So that's why when folks call in and ask me questions, that's why I'm so sharp and so crisp. You dig? And to the point, and it lands, it hits where it needs to hit. The people who call in gets it, whether they're lineage or non-lineage. They be like, all right, damn, bro, you broke that down solid. You feel me? So Tariq got to be more indoctrinated in his truths, where it's the same breakdown, same answer, same response every time. It doesn't change. If you keep changing it, then they could say, hey, let me call in. Hey, I tie my lineage as a Liberian. I tie my lineage to the beginning of this country before it was called America. And then now Tariq got to change it and remix it and add to. It's like, no, you ain't got to add to if you say it right the first time. All right. So one more time.
If United States, we as foundational Black Americans, 50 million of us, can trace our individual lineages directly to people who were on this soil before the United States was built by those people. That is a lineage. That is what makes you foundational Black American.
Not quite. Because Liberia would be like, thank you. You just backdoored me into the lineage. All right. So let me fix that up for you. Okay.
But it's very interesting, the hypocrisy of the cultural extraction. See, that deep hypocrisy. They claim that they try to say we ain't got no culture. American culture is foundational Black American culture. And they simultaneously rely on foundational Black American culture in order to navigate American society, from the music they consume, the way they dress, the very civil rights laws that allowed you to immigrate here in the first place. That is a direct product of foundational Black American culture and struggle. You understand?
Okay. You understand? All right. Hold on. Oh, damn. Wrong way. Sorry. Watch this. Listen.
Because they ain't winning that. So they want to direct their frustration towards the native Black American population, to
the native Black American population. So all of you guys and gals who were in your feelings when I was saying we are native Black Americans, I'm FBA. Yeah, you're still native Black American. You don't know what you're saying. When I called you guys and myself Native Black Americans, a lot of you guys and gals got sensitive and damn near chimped out. It's like, yo, you do know FBA is piggybacking off NBA, right? I played Dr. Claude Anderson earlier, so it's like, why are you pretending like FBA is in a solid Native Black Americans is solid? One more time, I'm going to play it back and let Tariq Nasheed tell you about Native Black Americans. Listen,
because they ain't winning that. So they want to direct their frustration towards the Native Black American population.
The Native Black American population. That's why simmer down when you're talking to me. All right? I got receipts. You got emotions and feelings. All right? So Tariq Nasheed uses Native Black. Still, this is August 6th, 2026 video. DHS slaps ankle monitors on Haitians who refuse to leave. So he uses Native Black American and foundational Black American interchangeably. And that's why nobody clicked that link or invite themselves on TikTok to really challenge me. Because I'm gonna cook you. When I say some things, I know what I'm saying, and I got receipts. I could back it up. And so this was for Chad. Chad, you got lucky, Chad, my boy. But I was gonna cook you a little bit yesterday. But you got lucky that my Zoom disconnected. I got kicked off like I did earlier today. You dig? The Bilderbergers, the Koch brothers, all those families don't want my message getting out there, I guess. But I was going to give you this yesterday, my guy. You was going to get to work. Okay. So one more time.
Because they ain't winning that. So they want to direct their frustration towards the Native Black American population, to the foundationals. So that's like a psychological pressure release.
Okay, you heard him? He said Native Black Americans to the foundational. And what do I say? I say we are Native Black Americans who call ourselves the delineating term foundational Black American. That's my argument. So that's my position. So you gotta clear your brain cells, you dig? Put the marijuana down, put the drink down, and listen to my words. Don't give me something I didn't say. You know that's not gonna work out good for you when you call in. I say we are Native Black Americans. I say before we were freed, before there was a Juneteenth, we were Native Black Americans. Before we did any labor, we were Native Black Americans. We were Native Black Americans before we were freedmen, before ADOS, before FBA. We were Native Black Americans before we did anything. All right? So nothing comes before that term. Now, actions made us other things. We took on different things. When we started to be forced to do labor, now we're foundational. You're not foundational until you build the infrastructure, until you build this fast growing economy. You're not foundational. You're just here as a Native Black American. Okay. So we were Native Black. We were Native Black American. Then we start to do work. And that's what made us foundational. And then we were freed from slavery, abolished. Slavery was abolished by the 13th Amendment. And then the 14th Amendment gave us birthright citizenship status. And now we're ADOS, and now we're freedmen. You see how that works? You start off as Native Black Americans. You work hard. You build the infrastructure of this country. Now you're foundational Black Americans. And then once you're federally freed, nationally freed, you are now ADOS freedmen. But all of them are the same thing. They just describe different points of our history in this country. I mean, a 4-year-old can understand that. Okay. So now there shouldn't be no confusion about that. Okay. So now let me bring you here. Exhibit C.
When you are bringing a new paradigm, meaning boundaries, because the lineage is old. Our lineage is not new. Tethers try to redefine our lineage. I mean, you get FBA's just started. No, we don't know. Harriet Tubman is the foundation of Black American. Frederick Douglass is the foundation of Black American. Nat Turner is the foundation of Black American. Our FBA lineage has always been here. That's why it's foundational. Us properly giving it the correct name is recent. You understand? When you find a certain planet and they give it a name, that planet didn't just start that day. That planet's been there for probably millions or even billions of years.
Right.
It was just properly recognized and identified. We're doing that with the lineage. Our lineage is being.
Listen, if you have questions, you have to click the link. I'm here to dialogue. I like to share information to the family, and I'm also a content creator. People like to hear dialogues. The people who are subscribed, the people who are viewing us, they like to hear a dialogue. It don't always gotta be messy. A dialogue is a dialogue. So by clicking the Zoom link and asking your questions live, we are live, it makes better for the content because people get educated and they get entertained. Okay, I'm live on TikTok and YouTube. So you're typing a question into YouTube, the TikTokers can't see it. The TikTokers typing questions in TikTok, the YouTubers can't see it. So this is why I encourage you guys to invite yourself up, click the Zoom link, and ask your question live. I'm very sensible, mature, professional. You dig? As long as you don't chimp out, we should be good. You dig? So click the Zoom link, ask your question live, or I'm going to ignore it. TikTokers, invite yourself up, or I'm going to ignore your question.
Properly identified, because we've been improperly identified and made comparable to immigrants with that African American bullshit. We are not no damn African American. That's a mislabeling. That's a weakened mislabeling that makes us comparable to some damn immigrants, which we are not. We ain't never been no immigrants. And because we're standing on foundational lineage business, yeah, people are going to try to demonize that. But demonization is the price of admission to history. Every movement that has moved the needle for Black Americans has always been criminalized at the beginning. Our good sister Ida B. Wells, when she was documenting what was happening down there in Memphis, they had to run her up out of Memphis when she was documenting the lynchings and all that. I got to watch my words. When Dr. King, understand, Dr. King and Malcolm X in the 60s, they were demonized. All of this reverence and love that's poured on them now, they didn't have that in the 60s. Right before Dr. King was unalive, well, the media was demonizing our brother left and right. They were not getting favorable coverage. They were constantly monitored and smeared by the FBI the same way they smear us now. But being on the right side of history, that guarantees that you're going to be vilified in the present. Standing on business anyway is what you're supposed to do. The strong, you're supposed to withstand that initial smear campaign. You don't get moved by that. You don't let that punk you out. You stand on business. Yeah, I don't, listen, people call up, man, I like your movies. We used to like you. Okay, well, if you don't like me no more, I'll be fine. But you're going to respect this lineage, though. I'm not here to be liked. You understand? I ain't here to be liked. If you liking me constitutes you shitting on our lineage, well, damn it, no. We're a package deal. Because if you shit on my lineage, you shitting on me too. So now we have a problem. You understand? It's going to be respect all across the board, not just me. You're not just going to parade me around. Because again, when I go to Africa, dude, they roll out the red carpet for me, but you're not going to just parade me around when you have disdain for the rest of our lineage. That is a problem. And y'all talk about unity. Unity without accountability, that's subjugation. You see, they try to dissipate our energy by telling us that we're dividing the masses. No. We're not. Unity that requires foundational Black Americans to put our specific needs and our lineage last, or to stay silent when people disrespect us and y'all tell us what they just don't know no better. Boy, I do not like when y'all do that. I do not like when people pull that. Yeah, they're calling us Akatas and Yanks and Jareers and all of these pejorative terms because they just don't know better. That's what the white tea supremacists do. Well, they're calling you the N-word because they're just ignorant. You got to teach them about how to love you as a Black man. Get the hell out of here. You better raise up off me. I ain't about to teach you shit. I ain't about to love you until you get it right. I ain't get your ass on somewhere. I ain't forgiving nothing. If you demonize us, it's up. Yeah, doing mock slave auctions. Yeah, the Somalis were on Clubhouse doing mock slave auctions. These people all on damn national television shows with African writers talking about Black Americans ain't nothing but baby mamas and thugs and gangbang guys. And I'm supposed to brush that off as they just don't know no better? Get the hell out of here. No. It's going to be some boundaries set. All right? We're not going to stay silent on that. We're not going to accept disrespect in our own backyard. That's just subjugation. You understand? Boundaries, that's not a wall to keep allies out. That's a filter to ensure that those who respect our lineage can get access to our energy, our culture, our political capital. And again, we really have to protect the sacredness of our ancestors. Our lineage is not some kind of open source commodity for everybody to claim when it's convenient and then abandon it when it's time to do some real work. Like I said, the people who built this nation from the ground up, from the mud up, who fought in every war, from the Revolutionary War to the Vietnam War to the wars going on. Look, they left us a very specific inheritance. And for us to let these intelligence agencies and non-FBAs and ops try to erase that bloodline, that's a betrayal of our ancestors. So we got to defend our ancestors fiercely because they paid for our existence in blood, sweat, tears, unyielding resistance. They stood on business for us. We got to stand on business for them. And boundary setting, that's the highest form of self-love. You really love your, because Tethers, you want to distance yourself from Africa because you hate yourself. Nobody hates themselves more than an African immigrant on an inner tube fleeing from Africa. That's hating yourself. We love ourselves. Boundary setting is the highest form of self-love. See, people are just used to an open door policy when it comes to Black American culture and resources. Now, when we put a lock on the door and we demand a cover charge, the people who are just used to walking in and all that, no. That's not happening. Tough love means understanding that true respect requires us to enforce consequences. When you exert power, the parasites, they'll expose themselves by complaining about the boundaries. All right? So if you got a complaint about us setting boundaries, you were the problem. All right, and we're going to stand on business until everybody understands what it is. So all this misinformation and all this algorithmic sabotage, that's going to fail if we remain unyielding. We don't have to negotiate with deliberate confusion. See, we have to override that with undeniable truth. We got to be relentlessly consistent about standing on lineage business. We're setting the standard. And we got to stand on that standard until the rest of the world accepts that our foundational Black American delineation, that's an unmovable reality. They're going to either respect the lineage or they're going to be denied access to the culture. That's just the new norm. Shout out to everybody in here. Y'all raise those hands. Let me get some people in here.
All right, so let me further expound on that. So what I mean was Tariq opened the door for the librarians with that definition. Now that definition is not how he defines who's FBA on his website. But that's why I say, man, we got to be indoctrinating our talking points so we can stay, everything's about stability. You want to keep the same talking point. You don't want to remix it because folks are waiting to catch you slipping. And then now they're inviting themselves up to do a gotcha moment. So, no, just tracing your lineage back to before this country began does not make you FBA. Because like I said, if that's the standard and you cannot argue against, then Liberians have an argument. You dig? It's like how then you got to deny a lot of them didn't have. I mean, it gets goofy. By that random definition, you now you got to act like Liberians weren't here. Some of them were not here before they got to Monrovia. Like, and then you just made a mess. Now you're getting cooked. Okay, so that's why you got to be accurate from the beginning. Okay, so Tariq got to remember what the A in FBA stands for. Okay, the A in FBA, the A in ADOS stands for American, right? So it's impossible for a Liberian to claim FBA because you have to be American. Drake got to be American. Drake is Canadian. Liberians are Liberian. So it's more than just tying your lineage to the beginning of the country before it became USA. You got to do that and ... So you got to tie yourself here before the making of the country, and you have to be at some point an American citizen. That means you stayed and endured the worst of the worst. That means Juneteenth belongs to you. Juneteenth doesn't belong to those Liberians, but they can track their lineage to the beginning. So that's why there's no, it keeps going, is and, comma, semicolon, you dig? Y'all get it? So there is no this and it stops. Okay, so let me get on Dr. King. Let Dr. King break down his words. Check it out. Go ahead, Dr. King. I found the original audio. I got to play it.
Our white brothers must see this. They haven't seen it up to now. The great problem facing our nation today in the area of race is that it is the black man who to a large extent produced the wealth of this nation. And the nation doesn't have sense enough to share its wealth and its power with the very people who made it so.
So Dr. King just said that we are largely responsible for the nation's wealth. Now, we already knew that. That's our talking point. We already knew that. That's part of the foundation. That's part of the infrastructure. But people act like this is a new talking point. It's brand new. No, Dr. King was talking this in 1967. We created a large part of the wealth. One more time.
I know the nation doesn't have sense enough. The great problem facing our nation today in the area of race is that it is the black man who to a large extent produced the wealth of this nation. And the nation doesn't have sense enough to share its wealth and its power with the very people who made it so.
To the very people who made it so. The nation's wealth. You dig? To the very people. Hey, what's up? What's up, Reese? You meant to hop on? Hello? Hello? You meant to hop on? Okay. You didn't mean to hop on. It's all right. TikTok is weird like that, where it makes it easy for people to come on. Hopefully TikTok fixes that. I think they will. I think people are complaining.
I know what I'm talking about this morning. The black man made America wealthy.
Black man made the American wealth.
That's why I tell you right now, I'm not going anywhere. They can talk These groups.
I'm not going anywhere. He's talking about scamming Marcus Garvey and his minions, the Pan-Africans. He said, I know the wealth we built here, and that's why I'm not going anywhere. I know about the scam artists who's talking about repatriating Africa. He said that they done lost their mind.
About this morning. The black man made America wealthy. That's why I tell you right now, I'm not going anywhere. They can talk, these groups, some people talking about a separate state. Go back to Africa. I love Africa. It's our ancestral home. But I don't know about you. My grandfather and my great-grandfather did too much to build this nation for me to be talking about getting away from it.
Now, if I had I got my Mac can't allow the sound effects that y'all don't like. But Dr. King said, now, we built too much here to be looking back at Africa like we forgot something. We ain't forget anything in Africa. Everything is here. If we pack any bags, it'll be bags in America. When y'all guys go to vacation, you pack your American bags and go to vacation. You don't pack no African bags. You dig?
Before the Pilgrim Fathers landed at Plymouth in 1620, we were here.
Before the Pilgrims landed here in 1620, we were here. I need one of you no pseudo guys to explain that. What that mean to you? We were here before the Pilgrims got here in 1620. What does that mean to y'all? Come on, man. This is Cook City.
Before the Pilgrim Fathers landed at Plymouth in 1620, we were here. Before Jefferson etched across the pages of history the majestic words of the Declaration of Independence, we were here. Before the beautiful words of the Star-Spangled Banner were written, we were here. For more than 2 centuries, our forebears labored here without wages. They've made cotton king.
Okay, so he's going in. He's going in, family. All right. Okay, so now let me go in. Can I go in? So the information I'm about to disseminate is I never heard before, because that's what makes people different. You dig? When you are who you say you are, you're different, and it goes without saying. So I'm gonna give out some information. You can borrow it if you're from the lineage. You can borrow it. You can disseminate it on your platform if you're a content creator. Okay. So as I wind down, again, you can support the effort, the scholarship, $ UnbiasedRON, if you choose to. You dig? But I must go on. So, remember I talked about, oh, damn. All right. I had one more video. Damn it. All right, okay, cool. So, I got one more Tariq video and then I'm gonna call it a day. But reparations. So, it's very important to not say people are FBA just simply because they can trace lineage before the country was built. All right, because then now Liberians become FBA, and you're FBA, you are entitled to FBA reparations. That's why we can't let nobody backdoor into the lineage. And they try to backdoor by using the words indigenous, aboriginal, and Indian. But also, they be trying to backdoor by using the word black. And you guys let them use that word. I don't. Okay? Now, let's talk about reparations. So, when we talk about reparations, we can't focus on the injury being repaired, right? The repaired injury can't just be people who were our ancestors and enslaved, because the Liberians is like, they're gonna raise their hand. Okay, what I keep pointing out, and I'm very consistent, right? I keep pointing out the continuous compounding harm. It keeps coming. So there's a full arc. You got to tie yourself to the full arc, not just the beginning, the full arc, which is slavery. That's the beginning. Reconstruction's betrayal. Librarians know nothing about that. Drake know nothing about that. Black codes, convict leasing, sharecropping, Red Summer, lynching, the New Deal exclusions, redlining, mass incarceration, 94 crime bill, scooter prison pipeline, 100-to-1 crack cocaine ratio, you dig? And then gentrifying us with third world immigrants. Basically displacing us, relocating us by gentrifying us with third world immigrants, allowing them, giving them resources, our resources, by the way. Somebody said earlier that they getting grants to buy cars. I was like, yo, how the hell they getting all these damn cars? How they getting these homes? How they getting these businesses? You dig? And more so, how are they getting this education to landscape? How are they getting this education to fix a car? How are they getting this education to build a roof? This education that's coming to them that we're told, hey, no funds. How are they getting it? How are they so educated? So we're supposed to magically believe that they're this educated in Mexico, and they're just coming over here with the same skills? No, they're being educated here, or money they said that did not exist. But anyway, that's we throwing that into the reparations claim too. That's the new version of exclusion, family. They're giving access, money access, education access, training access, job training access to immigrants that they don't provide to us. That is modern day exclusion. Nobody talks about that but me and people like myself, while everybody else is just on TikTok and YouTube arguing, cussing, calling everybody tethers, but nobody's talking about what I'm talking about. That I just said. The stuff that really matters, the stuff we need to hear about and make that go viral. We ain't doing that. Okay? We aren't here putting numbers behind people who just say the most basic stuff on the net. They just repeating whatever we all say. Nothing new, nothing educational, nothing. And the numbers are behind those folks. But us saying things that really can move a needle, no numbers. No numbers. No numbers. No promotion, no numbers. It don't get out. It stays buried. And that sounds like agent work to me. Because the real message is, if they're buried in the generic messages that's going out, it's like, why wouldn't that be part of the agenda? Anyway, listen, a lineage like the Liberian lineage that exited the arc I'm talking about, it didn't, their lineage, it did not accumulate our continuing injury that I just talked about. The Reconstruction, black codes, convict leasing, sharecropping, all that stuff. Liberians don't share that. And that's what repair means. It means to repair the harm that was actually sustained. The harm didn't end with slavery. Okay, that is the continuity pillar from our own ethnogenesis. Okay, and it's applied to reparations. It's the same logic. The same logic we have with ethnogenesis when we say, hey, man, it's three ancestries combined, homogenous, blah, 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 right? The continuation, right? Our ethnogenesis lasted for 400 plus years. Well, why did our reparations stop? our reparations continue without ethnogenesis. If the ethnogenesis continue to today, then why will reparations stop at 1860? Now, reparations follow the ethnogenesis. We talk about birthright citizenship, right? For us, right? Which, okay, let's talk about that. Okay. So receiving birthright citizenship in the starting gate for our ancestors, right? Let's talk about that briefly. Okay. So our lineage was present and enslaved in the US. Like that's the origin. And so, but Liberian, like, yo, us too. No, Liberian. I wasn't done talking. There's no period. And so our lineage was present and enslaved in the US. Liberians can make the same argument, but there's no period there. It keeps going. There's a comma there. And our lineage remained. Now, this is how to be eligible for FBA reparations. Our lineage was present and enslaved in the U.S. Here are the Liberians standing up. Put your hand down. I ain't done. Comma. And the lineage remained through emancipation and was present for the 14th Amendment's birthright citizenship in 1868. That's what puts the A after FBA. That's what puts the A before DOS. That's what makes you a freedman. Only freedmen. If you're a freedman, you have American citizenship. Okay. So if you fled or you left for any reason before the arc, then you're not considered as an FBA or for reparations. Not our reparations. You can do your own thing. Okay. And we're not done. That lineage, it continued through the subsequent oppressions into our present day today. So if you exited by choice, oh man, we founded Liberia in 1847. Oh, really? Then you have a new allegiance then. You Americo-Liberians, you immigrated and founded your nation you claim in 1847. Well, there you go. You have your new citizenship. You have your new national allegiance. You have a whole second ethnogenesis. You left the ark and you became your own people. That door is closed. So you may be foundational, right? You were instrumental in our foundation. That's cool. But you're not a foundational Black American. You ain't get birthright citizenship. You left. You traded away the American part by leaving. You traded your American citizenship for Liberian citizenship. Drake traded his American citizenship for his Canadian citizenship. You're not qualified. Ain't that what Aaron the Plumber say? You're not qualified. You guys did not experience lynching, the Great Migration, international edge, deportation. You guys transferred your national allegiance and permanent constitution into another polity. So now you're not a comparison to us who went to Africa and came back, like Martin Delaney Robin, Paul Cuff, even those who went to Haiti and came back. That's different. So leaving and later returning, leaving without naturalizing somewhere else, that ain't the same as founding or naturalizing into another nation. Okay, y'all are different. So reparations, repair sustained injury is not just the origin of something, right? So a qualifying FBA lineage must include at least one direct ancestor who was part of the U.S. slavery era black population and who remained in the United States long enough to personally enter the post-slavery American citizenship order created in 1866, 1868. Okay? So December 6, 1865 was the 13th Amendment. It abolished slavery except as punishment for a crime. 1866, April 9th. Civil Rights Act of 1866, that I'll talk about a lot, declares most U.S. born persons, including formerly enslaved people, citizens. July 9th, 1868, 14th Amendment ratified and constitutionalizes birthright citizenship. You dig? So, July 9th, 1868. If you have not experienced that, which is the 14th Amendment, ratified and constitutionalizes birthright citizenship, if you don't know nothing about July 9th, 1868, stop talking reparations and stop talking FBA. If you don't know nothing about that, then yeah, you might be Aboriginal, Aborigine. You might be Indian. You might be indigenous. You might be Arawak and everything you want to be. You dig? You just might be that if you don't know nothing about July 9th, 1868. So we want to know all that Arawak talk, all we looking for to listen to from you is, did at least one of your parents, right? Do you have a direct Black American ancestor who remained in the United States through July 9th, 1868 and became part of the population constitutionally recognized as an American citizen? If yes, FBA reparations is awaiting you. You dig? If no, hold your own. So here's an example. If you are in this country and you were enslaved in Virginia, let's say 1820, but you left permanently for Liberia in 1825. So now look what I'm saying, family. Look what qualified you. So if Marcus Garvey's scamming self was successful, do you know none of y'all be qualified for reparations? Like your ancestors would have did you dirty. You dig? Because he was trying to get you to Liberia. So family, Liberia was the cutoff of the umbilical cord. These white supremacists knew what they were doing. They didn't want to pay the debt. So they went to immigrators, right? They wanted to become immigrants. And Liberians fell for that. Anybody who sought permanent residence in Canada or Haiti, you fell for the trick bag. You got hoodwinked. You got took. You've been had. You've been misled. You've been bamboozled. You dig? You fell for the banana and tailpipe. You forfeited your lineage. If one of your ancestors was enslaved in Virginia in 1820, oh, look, see, I'm foundational. We building, oh, no. Hold on. But you permanently left for Liberia in 1825. Those descendants of that man become settlers in Liberia. They became Liberian nationals. They became part of Americo-Liberian society. Politically and historically, they are separated from us who stayed like brave men and women in this country and endured the inevitable, the most shameful things, inhumane, heinous things. We stayed for that. You dig? You ran, we stayed. So there's no FBA qualification through a Liberian line, Canadian, or Haitian. Okay? Because you Liberians who left America for good, you established another nationality. You got descendants who are Liberian descendants that you develop in a whole nother country. Those descendants do not inherit our full Black American claim. Now, if you want to make a claim for the little bit you did, on a plantation, go right ahead, knock yourself out. But our claim, reparations, got nothing to do with that. Reparations is from alpha to omega. It doesn't end. So that should be very clear. So when I talk about FBA lineage and reparations, I don't give backdoor language. I don't slip up. Tariq slipped up. He made a mistake. You dig? No. July 9th, 1868. Were you here? Were your lineage here for birthright citizenship? See how it all comes back down to that? You see how it all come back down to birthright citizenship? We're talking birthright citizenship, and these Liberians have no idea what we're talking about because it didn't apply to them, but they're trying to backdoor their way into our lineage. It's like, yo, you don't know nothing. You don't even know the argument why it's important. You don't care because it doesn't. As a matter of fact, it goes against you. You're looking for modern out of text birthright citizenship. That's sham. That's scam. You're looking for that. You dig? You're looking for that. Keep on walking. Keep on talking. I ain't talking to you. Liberians, just go. Keep on walking. Keep on walking. Keep on talking. We ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go. You can just go. Whoa, 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 whoa. You dig? You can just go. So now I just had one more video to play. Okay. But you can just go. Just keep on walking, keep on talking. When it comes to FBA delineation and reparations, we ain't talking to you anymore. You can just go. The gaslight is over. So spoke. And during that misspeech, you guys were like, yes, got him. No, you don't got him because he misspoke. But he has it documented on his website what is FBA. And that A, last I checked, stands for American citizenship. The real way, the organic way, the beginning way. And you don't know nothing about that. You know nothing about the organic birthright citizenship. You trying to get it now. You trying to anchor somebody here. No. We got it we got it after a civil war that we partook in, that we decided who won. Yeah, you got to get it that way. Your ancestors had to be the deciding factor who won that war. If you're anchoring a baby here today, nah, Your lineage in America starts in the 2000s. Kick rocks. Your lineage in America starts in the 20th century at all. Kick rocks. You dig? No. Baby, just go. Keep on walking. I ain't talking to y'all anymore about that. Okay. Now, I thought what we had. Yeah, I might make that a song. Hold on. Hold on. What's that? Wyans? Is that's Wyans? What's the name? Wyans? Hold on. I might make that my new song, my new lineage song. Hold on. I might do the remix. Hold on. What's that? Keep on. What's the name? Cece. Keep on. Hold. That I thought what we had. Oh, ho. CC Peniston. Hold on. Let me get these lyrics. This family is gonna be my new FBA remix song. Yes. This is the new song right here. This is gonna be a new FBA song. Keep on walking. It's gonna be called Keep on Walking. Oh yeah, this is the new lineage song right here. Baby, just go. I'm gonna finagle these words. Okay. So now let me find the video of Tariq from yesterday. You dig? And this is gonna be the last video today. Was it the last MAGA thing? There's 2 videos that could have been it. Okay. I gotta find out which video he did yesterday. Was it the one with Akata? Let me see.
Well, what's up, study in Romania? It's Count Muscula up there in Romania. What's up, C group, sir? You are the captain. You are the supreme captain of Must.
Once
That
somebody
burns your ass,
contact
sir.
you,
That burns your.
once somebody contacts you, that was fighting
Adon-
in yeah.
Adonis, he's not in jail. Adonis is out.
Okay, yeah. I don't think I
get you in here.
Hold on. I'm trying to find it so I can share it. So TikTok, hold on.
You know what I want to talk about? First thing I want to talk about, there was an article that came out with The Root. The Root put out an article.
Give me a second. Let me find
it. It came out earlier today.
It was a video he played last night.
And it's talking about black men and voting.
Okay. What video did he do last night? It wasn't nothing today. I don't think. Was it? It wasn't the 6 types. See, now he's kind of like, because he's on radio too, it's kind of making it hard to track his stuff. But I wanted to address, like, the same way he slipped up and said Liberians were like, could be called FBA, he slipped up on black. Okay. So let me, it might be the Akata one. I came at the tail end of it. Let me see.
All right. Let's get y'all in here, ladies and gentlemen. How are you, sir?
Man, I'm out here chilling.
Let me see. Can we get shop, by the way? I love TikTok shop. All right. That word more, Moorish.
Oh, yeah, I got it. It is. I got it, fam. I got it.
Color or physical descriptions. Okay.
Some studying, and I wanted to get your insight to see. Brother got a museum, and he do events there.
Okay, I got it. It was the Akata one. I ain't see that video yet. All right, so Tariq, I need you, my guy. I need you to tune in. I need you to invite me up or tune into my channel, my guy. You know, a lot of people take my talking points. It's fine. I take theirs too. But this is a talking point, Tariq. You got to take it from me, my guy. You got to take it. When Tariq, Dennis Sperling, and most FBAs use the word black, y'all are all over the place. You guys contradict yourself. I mean, you're all over the place. You got different definitions of black. Listen, family, I'm saying something important. We got to be indoctrinated in our truth. This is going to push me to make that PDF faster now. We need truth that's on paper. You dig? You could put in your own words, but it got to be near how I originally put it. We got to stop using black 4 or 5 different ways. Okay? People are using black to mean a bunch of stuff, but meanwhile saying we're foundationally black. It's like, yo, what does that black mean in FBA? Because the way people are using black is like, it's all over the place. It's confusing. At one point, it's excluding tethers, and another time it's including tethers. Like, we're all over the place when it comes to black. Now, people that are familiar with what I do over here, you guys know I go hard. I break down black back and forth, up and down. And I'm the guy who respectfully says, right, out of all respect, like, for example, if a Haitian man said, hey, you FBAs, you're not Haitian, that's not being disrespectful. That's being truthful. Okay? That's truth there. Okay. If I say Haitians are not black, that's the same thing. That's not disrespect. I'm being truthful. If a Ghanaian said, hey, you FBAs are not Ghanaian, he's not being disrespectful. He's being honest. If I say you Ghanaians are not black, that's the same respect. I'm not That's not disrespect. That's honest. Okay? So, what I'm getting to is that all of Africa, every last place over there, every last piece of dirt over there. I'm saying like soil. I'm saying soil. That's not joking. Soil. Everywhere people are standing on in Africa, none of you guys are black. Okay? Every lack of access to a beach in the West Indies and access to, none of you guys are black in the West Indies. None of you are black in Africa. None of you are black in Haiti. That boat never came to that black boat, that black word was never an option for you. Okay? Haitians are Haitians, Jamaicans are Jamaicans, West Indians are West Indians, and Africans are Africans. None of you guys are black. And black Americans are not African. We're not Haitian. We're not West Indian. We're black. Now, that should be common sense. But somehow, some reason, folks call in, get mad at me, and say I'm wrong. So I'm like, wrong about what? Am I Haitian? You'll say no. Am I Jamaican? You'll say no. Am I Nigerian? You'll say no. But if I say you're black, you'll say, if I say you're not black, you'll say I'm lying. So how do we get to be you, but you don't? Wait, hold on, no. How you get to be us, but we don't get to be you? That be the question now. It's like, wait a minute, how's that fair? I'm not Haitian. I'm not Jamaican. I'm not African. But African, Nigerian, Jamaicans, they're all black. How do you get to be us, but we don't get to be you? So as you can see, it's a one-way street all around the board. Tangibles, resources, identity, privileges, access to white people. It's a one-way street. So when we say, like, even Pan-African, like when we say how do we benefit, nobody can name a benefit. And then we say, how do you benefit? We can name them. So when we say we're black, what's the benefit in that? That's a curse in America. To call yourself black in America is like a curse. You dig? Racial, discrimination is there. Jail is there. Laws get changed on you. You dig? You get red line. You get no loans. You get no access to homes. Discrimination is waiting on you. Illegal, people are targeting you for prison. And even at the very least, at the very worst, DATH. You can delete it. Or under black. Now that comes with, so under black, all those actions come for black Americans. That come with black for us. When we say we're black in America, that's what comes to us. Exclusion, death, and redlining, all that type of stuff. Jail, laws get changed on you. That's what comes with black for us. So there's no tangible. But what comes with black with you guys, housing, government assistance, welfare in most cases, state assistance, resources, tangibles, loans, free schooling. So it's like, even in the word black, if we were to share black, there's no benefit from us, and there's a complete direct benefit for you. Even in the word black, if we were to share black, we don't get, there's no tangible benefit for us to say we're black. But for you to say you're black, there's literally a tangible benefit. You check that box, black. There's resources awaiting you. We check that box, but we check that box, black. Discrimination and exclusion is waiting on us. So even in blackness, claiming black, even when we both claim black, there's no tangible benefit for us, and there's a tangible benefit for you. So us getting together collectively, there has never been a tangible benefit for us, but there's always been one for you. Even with the word black. You dig? So anyway, we're saying no more free rides, no more free tangibles, no more free benefits. So FBA's got to be on code because we're off code on this because we're using black 1,000 different ways. It makes no sense. I had FBA's call in here and try to hold on to the word black for immigrants. I'm like, it doesn't work. I said, try me, play devil's advocate. And they'll try to call an immigrant black and I ask questions and it never works. So today, live, now, try me. Right now, live, try me. Play devil's advocate, be serious. Call up and tell me how Africans are black, Haitians are black, and West Indians are black. I'm open for this dialogue. You dig? Help me understand how this can be possible. Because I'm arguing it's not possible. I'm arguing that they ain't never been black. Haitians, Jamaican, West Indians, Africans, they ain't never been black. This is a new concept for them in the 2020s. This is something they recently adopted, but you can't adopt lineage. You can't adopt heritage. You can't adopt culture. That wasn't designated for you. You dig? So that's a clear, yeah, CC Peniston. I can't wait to remix that. So it's because they just charged me soon though, so I might as well make a song. I got charged for the month. Support the work, $ UnbiasedRON. You dig? The number should be here. We shouldn't be at 30, 40. We should be at 3,000, 4,000. You dig? If my talk, if I had the same audience as these other folks, and what I talk about family, we would be so ahead of the game. If my talking points was like the norm, was like the how it, you know what I mean, was the norm in our spaces. If my talking points were the normal talking points, family, we would be so far advanced right now. Tethers are forced to call into me because I'm the most lit, or up there with Tariq. I'm up there with them, and they got to come see me for clout. I'm the boogeyman. I am Debo. I am the Messiah. I am to Tethers. Again, I'm the Messiah for Tethers. I'm the Messiah only for Tethers. My job, my calling, is to turn Tethers away from their ugly, sinful ways towards the lineage, confess their ugly, sinful ways towards the lineage, repent of their ugly, sinful ways against the lineage, and then maybe, just maybe, if they're sincere enough, I may baptize them in the name of the ancestors and the holy glow. You dig? The holy glow. So, 8:16:50. Okay, so where are we? Let me just switch to my phone. Let me switch to my phone. Let me switch to my phone. And hopefully, I don't get kicked off. If I get kicked off again, then I might see y'all later tonight or tomorrow morning. But I ain't gonna keep getting kicked off, you dig? When I log out for my phone. So I'm gonna play Tariq on Black. My criticism and analysis, and then we're gonna tune in to another live later, tonight or tomorrow early morning. You know how I do. Okay, so let's start to share the video. You dig. If I had those same numbers as some of these other folks, and my talking points, again, you got the brother who went on Daily Wrap Up Crew using my talking point. The little B, big B. Break it down black. The X on them, end on them thing. Y'all know that's completely here, but I want folks to share it. But I also, you know what I mean, want to be heard as well. You dig? Okay. This guy right here, man. That scammer right there is just hilarious. I want to talk to Marquette, man. I want to talk to him, not on his platform, because he mutes and do a bunch of crazy stuff. I want to talk to Marquette over here on my platform, or even a neutral platform. I'll talk to him on Dennis Sperling. I'll talk to Marquette on Dennis Sperling or Afro Elite. I'll talk to him on a neutral platform, but it cannot be his. Red Supreme. I'll talk to him Red Supreme. But I'll talk to him on what's his name? Hood. The dude that call say his name AI, that guy. I'll talk to him on that platform. Dig. But I definitely do want to talk to Marquette because I believe he's a complete agent. I believe he's a complete agent. And I will give my reasons why. And I've been keeping tabs on him. And to me, it's just too deliberate. Like his behavior, his agent behavior is just too deliberate. It's too deliberate. It's too consistent. It's too deliberate. So I would love to talk to him. And I believe he'll probably avoid me because I'm going to ask the right questions to get the right answers. I think he's going to avoid exposing himself as an op type agent. Okay. All that stuff he talking, the black FBA this, I think this is my opinion, so he prove me wrong. I will apologize. But I believe he's completely cosplaying. He's completely grifting, and he's gaslighting and is rage baiting. Like he's really doing the most. Like I'm totally convinced. And I felt a certain way about him a year or so ago, but then I have mixed feelings and I don't feel like that. And then I do, then I don't. And then he's been so consistent for op behavior, I had to say something. I'm like, and normally when I say something, y'all end up finding out a year or 2 years later. Yeah, that's how it normally ever happens. And that's why I do a bunch of videos. So when y'all end up finding out he is what I said he was, he is what I say he is. When y'all end up finding out next year or 2 years from now, all I do is show my video already saying what I said about him. Which I did the same thing with Dr. Mayat, Professor Smalls, Lord Jamar, and who was the other one? There's one more person. I was the first one to expose, Anton Daniels. And then everybody came later. Like, oh, yeah. And I had to show a video. And Godfrey, another one. Godfrey. Then I got to show a video of me saying this 2 years before it got to AP, to public knowledge. Here we go.
In here. Magnitude, hop on in, please. Let's get Magnitude in the building. Magnitude.
Captain Flex, what's up, family?
Hey, Magnitude, how are you, fam?
I'm good, man. FBA tapping in all day, man. Just want to continue to give you your flowers. Make sure everybody getting ready for that HC6, man. I'm excited, ready to see it. I've been a fan since the first one, but yeah, I just wanted to lend some insight, man, into the conversation to the brother that was confused about the museum situation. It seems as though like these tethers, they don't understand what it means to hustle and to be an inspiration, and it's always a double standard because when a brother got a museum and he do events there, people get confused. But when they do events at the Met Gala and the Smithsonian Museum and all that, it's all right. So it's always a double standard when the tethers don't understand how to hustle, how the game go. But I was curious, man, because I wanted to get some insight on and some clarification on these new designations of how things are going, because of course we know how FBA is rocking. But I have been doing some research and some studying, and I wanted to get your insight to see, do you think that there is confusion amongst the people about the race of Black people or BLK people and YT people, because our race is tied more to a color as opposed to a nationality? So what do I mean? The Germans and Italians and Chinese and a lot of these other races are normally categorized by, their continent, their nationality, things like that. If that makes any sense. Do you think that's where the confusion with our...
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. Like he's totally confused. He's totally confused. Race doesn't have anything to do with color, my guy. Okay, yeah, so he's totally confused on race, nationality, ethnicity. He should have said that. Hey, Tariq, break down black race, black nationality, black ethnicity, and go in. He was better off doing that. He's totally confused on what race actually is. Race has little to do with your skin complexion, bro. That is that's something else. That's not race. All right. I gotta grab some ice cream real fast. But okay, so I'm gonna back this up to the guy with the museum question because I want to deal with this without because I don't want to get ice cream and then come back and be like, oh, what just happened? I gotta rewind it. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna play it first, and then so I ain't talking because you guys get mad. Why you keep talking during what he talking? Play the video. All right, so look, I'm gonna do just that. I'm gonna play this entire portion right here. Then I'm gonna come back and give my criticism and then analysis. So yeah, I'm gonna play the whole thing. I'm gonna do just that. Let's back
Designation lies. What do I mean? For BL and some clarification on these new designations of how things are going, because of course we know how FBA is rocking. But I have been doing some research and some studying, and I wanted to get your insight to see, do you think that there is confusion amongst the people about the race of Black people or BLK people and YT people, because our race is tied more to a color as opposed to a nationality? So what do I mean? The Germans and Italians and Chinese and a lot of these other races are normally categorized by, their continent, their nationality, things like that. If that makes any sense. Do you think that's where the confusion with our designation lies, in the fact that BLK people and YT people are pretty much the only races of people whose race is tied directly to a color, if that makes any sense?
It makes sense. And let me break that down. That's a very good question. Understand something, man. A lot of things, there's a lot of words that are amalgamations of color or physical descriptions, okay? I want y'all to understand something, like Morocco, all right? That word Moorish and all of that was a color designation. That was a Latin word for dark skin or black, all right? Maurice, that's why all the people you see named Maurice, how many times you met a white person named Maurice? You understand? That's an amalgamation of Moorish. A lot of Moor just literally meant black in Latin for a long time, or Moorish, or different variations of it. Yeah, you never met a white person named Maurice, never. That's a black name because it means black. You understand? So a lot of these words have color origins to them. You see, England, that was called Albion. It was called Albion over there in Europe. That was called Albion for a long time. And Albion, that was almost a descriptive term too. That's where the term albino comes from. That pale white skin. That's where albino comes from. So there's always been different variations of names that had color origins, but they would morph into more of a cultural thing. You understand? And the same thing with us. Black is not just a skin tone. Black is a culture. See, we defined what the black culture was really during the Harlem Renaissance. That was the time we let folks know black is not just your skin tone. We made blackness a cultural phenomenon. So now when we say black, we're talking about the culture. You understand? That we're talking about something very, very specific. You see? That's why a lot of tethers understood that. That's why tethers, and I'm not going to, a lot of people who would come here who are non-FBA and try to talk slick and try to distance themselves from us. Y'all remember back in the 90s and early 2000s, Africans and Caribbeans would proudly tell us that they weren't black. Don't let them fool you now, all right? Now, we're all black. The white man put me over, we're all black. In the 90s, and y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know in the 90s, they would be looking like Akon, talking about, I'm not black, I am Kenyan, I am not black. That was a thing, telling you that they weren't black. They knew what blackness meant. Blackness really meant foundational Black American culture. You understand? Now, when they learned that there would be some benefits if they're temporarily black, they knew how to dip in and out of blackness. They knew how to dip in and out of it. Oh, they delineated first. Oh, yeah, the whole me no black. Oh, yeah, they delineated first. Let's be very clear. They were the first to delineate based on culture. And I want y'all to understand something, family. When it comes to understanding what foundational Black American is, nobody's confused, all right? They come around acting confused because now we've elevated the brand of our lineage. We got out of the generic aisle and we're in the top brand aisle. We've elevated our brand. Now people want to be a part of that brand now. So now people want to crowbar themselves in it. But the wording of our lineage designation is deliberately designed so that intruders can't crowbar themselves into it. When you say foundational Black American, that's a tight term that people cannot wiggle into. It's very simple, it's very codified, and people cannot co-opt it. And that's the problem. That is the problem. That's why they act confused. Nobody's confused. All right? When they come around us, you notice they call up. We've been on FBA business for damn near a decade at this point. Understanding what a foundational Black American is, a 5-year-old can understand. It's very simple. It's just a Black person whose lineage has been here since the beginning of the country. That's it. But still, they'll call up. Hello, I'm trying to get an understanding of what FBA is. I just don't know. I just want some clarity. I just want to know more details of what it means. Listen, confusion is a deliberate choice. Family, you can find out what a foundational Black American is clearly in 30 seconds. All you got to do is Google it. You got to do is Google it. It'll tell you right when you Google. You can ask AI. It'll tell you. It gives you a correct definition. A lineage of people whose lineage goes back to the beginning of the United States. That's it. That's it. It's not a riddle. It's not a complex math question. It's the people who are Black, who's been in this country, whose lineage goes to the beginning. That's it. It's very precise historically. You understand? Now, these people, what they want to do, they want to weaponize incompetence because what they want to do, family, they want to create a gray area. They want to create this little weird gray area. See, pretend confusion, that's a manipulation tactic. By them acting as if the term FBA is just so ambiguous and it's just so hard to grasp. What they want to do, they want to artificially manufacture a gray area. See, they need it because you can't get in it. You cannot get in the lineage. You have to be born into it. It's not like African American. You come over and just be African American. You just walk right into that. Hell, you can walk right into just being Black American. A lot of non-FBAs run around here talking about they Black American, but you can't say you foundational Black American, though. They need that gray area of confusion to exist because that being ambiguous about it, that's the only environment where they can just kind of blur the lines and sit right next to us. You see, when the boundary is crystal clear and they understand it, you know you can't cross it. So you want to pretend that the boundary is blurry so you can stand here trying to figure out how to crowbar your ass in it. You see how they talk. Well, listen, if Drake, the singer Drake, he's from Canada, but his dad is FBA. Does that make Drake FBA too? Yeah, they're trying to find a little crowbar way into it. They've been desperately trying to find a way. Well, I'm Liberian, and there were some Liberians who were FBA, and they came here in the 1800s. So does that make me FBA too? No, Doodle Tunde, it doesn't. Shit. No, it doesn't. You know, they're trying to find a way to crowbar themselves in. They're just looking outside the club, just trying to find a way to sneak in the window somewhere. They're trying to find any opening they can find. Yeah? Man. So that's all that playing dumb. They ain't dumb. They just don't know how to wiggle themselves into the lineage. They ain't figured it out because you can't do it. That's what all that. I don't know. I'm confused. I am confused with FBA. No, I'm confused how I can't get a part of this shit. How come I can't latch onto it? How can I stop being locked out of it? Shit, what can I do? My hairline is, I got a new hairline and my FBA, no. Nope. So now this is why we keep seeing these people lying about being half FBA. That's the new, see what they reduced to just lying, but we find them out real quick. That's the thing. I ain't seen so many damn half FBAs in my damn life. Everybody is goddamn half FBA now. Well, listen, nigga, I'm half FBA, and I just want to know, when are the reparations coming? Okay, nigga. All right. Yeah, everybody's half FBA now. Fuck out of here. Man. Okay, let me see. All right. Let me see who we got going on, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let me see. Y'all raise your hands. Y'all raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get user somebody user something. Let's get user 9. User, make a formal request. Let me get you in like that, user. User, make a formal request. What's up to be a lady? I see you, dear. Let me see. Let me get random people in here. Where we at? Where we at? We got a lot of folks. Let me get, hold on. I'm just getting random people. Okay, hold on. Let me just get random folks. I'm just hitting buttons. What's up, brother? Who is that? What's up, brother?
Oh, Tariq, what's happening? What's happening? I didn't even know, man. I'm just paying my respect. I didn't even know I requested, but I'm just paying my respect.
It's all
to
good.
you.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you. I appreciate you. All right. Let me see. What's up, TC? All right. I'm trying to get y'all in here. Y'all got these accounts where I'm trying to get y'all in here. And it's hard to get y'all in here because y'all got these janky accounts. I don't know what's going on with your accounts. Let me try this way. Let's try user 98. Let's try user 98 something. You got a bunch of numbers. What's up, user? Let's get user in here. User, what's happening?
Hey, Tariq, can you hear me?
I can hear you, ma'am. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for taking me. Look, I just caught you live on the last end of it, but I just want to say this thing that Tasha K is doing about summoning people to come on her live. Did you hear that? She was telling people with her come on her live, and that pissed me off to the extreme. The audacity for her to tell us to come and explain to her who we are.
Right.
And then she started calling out the name, the firing, because she starts seeing that the people that was following her start dropping and unsubscribing to her while she was talking.
Oh yeah.
Her chat was lit up. It was going so fast, it was ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
And I'm trying to tell people, no, if she wants to know what's going on with us, because it's very obvious, you can't work around the words. The words is so solid that it's breaking their brain.
Yeah.
They cannot, they're so into scamming and scheming and trying to figure out something. It's breaking their minds. They can't scam it. They can't undercut it. So they are losing their minds over, especially when she starts screaming. When she started to scream,
oh yeah,
I was like, oh, she is.
What's going on, Jimmy?
Hey, what's up? I'm just listening in, and I accidentally pressed the button.
Okay. Are you foundational?
Yes, I am, man.
Okay.
You know, I was listening to Black Alpha on YouTube, and then I came over here to see if he had something new broadcast, and then I guess I follow you because you popped up.
That's great. All right. Well, I'm about to do a reaction to Tariq on Black, and
Okay, yeah, I listen to him too. You know, all the time. So
all right.
I want to hear your opinions.
Yeah, you're gonna like this. Okay, so I'm gonna rewind a little bit with the questions back. Ask him about blackness, and then because you heard Tariq's assessment, you heard some things, and then I'm gonna come behind and give you a brand new look at the word black. All right. So what I do is I don't extend black to people that's non-foundational. I actually take it from them. I'm the repo man. So I say black only belongs to us. And black, and look, I'm saying even historically, black has only ever been applied to us. It's never been applied to nobody else. So I don't go with the black more thing, all that stuff Tariq is talking. I think all that's anachronistic being done. And that means we're looking back in time and we're placing modern words on people. Like, for example, the Greeks went back in time and called the Cometians Egyptians. You see how the Egyptian is a new Greek term they put on people of old. The term they put on themselves was Cometian, Kemet. So when you put modern names on old things, that's called being anachronistic. So when we look back in time and call the Moors black and Haitians black, we're putting new terms on them they didn't put on themselves. Okay, but with us, black was our term in our time, right? That's why I played Dr. King, Malcolm X. They all used black during their time. We can't, bro. There's no, and I challenge immigrants. Show me documentation of you guys saying. Don't give me no more rhetoric. Give us the documentation where you were calling yourselves black in the way we call ourselves black today. That's all.
Intervene for a minute. I want you to know that I'm 65 right now, so I know from when I was born, we were black and we was proud.
Right.
To the 70s, and then when these immigrants start coming in here, they couldn't, no, it was really Jesse Jackson.
Yeah.
He really, but I didn't even know he was Cherokee.
Nobody knew that.
He used the image of Martin Luther King to become, a self-proclaimed leader.
Right.
Cherokee. You know what I'm saying? And then he put this word on Afro, to let the world in, and enjoy the fruits of our, labor, our ancestors' labor. See, and I really we was all caught up in that for a minute. Now you gotta say, when he ran for president, we was all for him, and
right.
Until we start listening to Dr. Claude Anderson,
he popped it off.
He came off with the perspective because he was inside the Democratic.
And he's seen it. He's seen the game firsthand. You are right.
Right. He's seen the game because they let him see it. You know what I'm saying? Because he didn't actually look like us.
Right. he looked like he's indigenous.
Right. So they took their guards down.
Right.
And let them know who he was. And you got to remember, Democrats, that's who we fought.
Right.
We killed
Yep.
You think them people ain't forgot that?
They ain't forget that. They don't forget, man. And they don't forgive.
Because you got to understand. What Francis Cress Welsing was saying about the annihilation. The genetic annihilation. That's their hatred too.
Yeah.
But it comes in different.
I love to say track shot.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you really look at it and see Tariq Nasheed, he opened up the table where, he's one of the scholars of the day, where others were, of their time.
Right, exactly.
He's of the day, and people can't accept that. This is a new dawn. on, and this is a new scholar, because you can't go and debate with him, because he knows what he's talking about, and if he didn't, he wouldn't mention it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So everybody falls into that trap, and he's got to sit there and school them.
Right, and then they don't want to give him his modern day flowers. Like, some of us are justified to say that. Some of us are justified to say that he is more important, more relevant, and did more than Malcolm X.
Right. He has, man, because
of course.
The world changed. I mean, we got communication, throughout the world. And, we see a different perspective now where, remember when we were back then, the black people was just in a little bubble, you know what I'm saying? We had our little neighborhoods, and Malcolm X used to call us so-called black people, so-called Negroes.
So-called Negroes, right.
Yeah. See, we was in a little small bubble then, and the internet came, and now I know about the whole world.
Right. Look, I know about the world without leaving the country.
Exactly.
And they mad. Like, damn, you know about us without actually physically leaving the country.
Didn't think that we had that, inquisitivity, to want to dip in and see what's going on.
Yep.
They always looked at our stereotypes that the white man showed them, from the movies.
Oh boy, that narrative, and the white man ain't show them nothing because the white man ain't even in their country. Why? Yeah, why? No, but even then, like white, you gotta understand, bro. The Berlin Conference is 1882. Okay, look, there's something called a colony, and there's something called an enslaved state, bro. What happened with us wasn't colonies. Colony is when a small minority of the people are occupying something and they're extracting that to bring it to their homeland to build their. So they're taking from you and what they're producing to bring to their homeland. Bro, America, they rested their feet here. They seen this as their homeland. So this was not a colony. This was actually the place. So when you don't have a colony, that means the majority is ruling. So that's why we are always the minority. When you have a colony, you are the majority. Okay. Wait. So one last thing. When you're the majority, there's nobody playing nothing to you. You're playing the videos. You're playing the music. Nobody playing you nothing. Now look. You're old enough to know. You're old enough to know, right? That at one time, so in our country, they were playing the black and white, shows, right? And everything beautiful was white tea, and everything ugly was big and obese.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that's what it means when somebody's playing something on your TV show. We had no choice; it was everywhere, and we had no control of it.
Exactly.
They don't. That's not what they experience. Whatever's in their country, my guy, they are the judges. They are the jury. They are the presidents. They are the mayors. They are the military. They're everything in society. There's no white team man there sitting behind a curtain like the Wizard of Oz. They run their own country.
Okay, I hear you.
Yeah, so if there's a movie being played, that's because they are playing it. And nobody's playing something for them where they're forced to watch it and listen to it. No, that's something voluntary. And by the way, if you do a quick
So wait a minute, are you trying to say, the colonizing that went on throughout their countries over there, they have a mindset, towards, black, or what are you saying?
I'm saying that the mindset they already had before colonizing.
Wasn't that from the white man that came over there? I mean, the white tea that came over there, and we love TikTok, but with the white man that came over there, the whitey that came over there, and it's the whole.
Hey, bro, yeah, but what year was that though?
They've been doing it for, come on, man, for centuries.
Nope. Bro, the Berlin Conference has a date. That's 1882. Okay, so that means Nigeria was named Nigeria in 1901, my guy.
So you saying they sliced up Africa then? But
yeah.
I thought that there was a point where it was called timid,
No. Wait. You're mixing history. Look. Okay. During the transatlantic slave trade, right? Who were the buyers and sellers of us?
It was the Ghanaians,
Africans, right, and white people, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so who forced Ghanaians to sell us?
Nobody.
Right. That's my right. So, okay. So follow me. So what I'm saying is, they did it. So that mindset was there before colonization. They already had that mindset.
Yeah, I see what you're saying now. I never looked at it just like that. I think, yeah, that's something else. It was there.
Always.
And they're always, tribalistic right now. And if they had a chance, some of the people they don't like right now, they would sell them.
Right. Look, if the South Africans can sell the Nigerians, wouldn't they do it?
Yes, they would. Yes, they would.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, they would sell them to the Democratic Party the first chance. The Democratic Party is trying to buy some folks to come vote for them, and they will buy them if they could.
And they're just people that nobody wants around them, man. I knew a woman from there for like 15, 16 years. And I'm not going to lie to you. She must have got scammed from me because she sent me money.
Right.
And I said I needed money for this. This was way back in the 2016, 17. Mm-hmm. And all along, I didn't realize that, I'm thinking I'm being slick. All along, and on her side, she was calling herself a princess.
Right.
And her father was a king and all like that. But her mission was to come be with me.
Right. And establish some citizenship.
She's ugly. Right. Hey, when the internet came out, I like to, when Yahoo Messenger was out.
Yeah.
All that, I was dipping into that and learning about the world then. So that's how I met.
Oh.
But 16 years, man, she hung in there,
Right.
About 3-4 times a year.
Right.
She was hanging in there, just that hope.
Damn. 16 years. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
That's crazy. Right. So now,
she found son, and I was had a life, and
right.
now I have her in about 3 years.
Right. So now you see the mindset. You see the mindset.
Yes.
Yeah. And largely, I can argue they gave the white people the mindset, because don't forget that tradition of slavery was going on before white people ever was involved in it. So white people looked at that like, wow, we can benefit from this, because at that time they were trying to rebuild Europe, and they didn't have the intellect, the manpower, the man will to do it. So they was like, damn, how can we do this? So when they learned about this system happening in Africa, they're like, perfect. Let's go get those people to do it for us, because we can't do it ourselves. We're failures. We can't do it ourselves.
Okay, can I ask you this?
Yeah.
The slave trade, was there still slavery going on with the Arabs and the Africans, up in the north?
So you're talking about the sub-Saharan Africans with the Ottoman Turks and the Muslims and those people.
Was that before or after?
Yeah, that was way before. So everything led to something, right? So they were interested. Now again, they were not changing your name. They were not changing a lot of things about you. Like you like a lot of things you were able to do. You might have became Muslim, but that wasn't always the case. They didn't always make people become like the religion. Like it's real tricky. Like even like they just was sad. A lot of times back in the day, they would just flex their muscle, just occupying you and controlling your politics and controlling your daily activity. Like a lot of people were content with just doing that. Like the Romans did it, where they allowed you to keep your religion and your faith. You could be Muslim all day long. The Muslim did to the Romans and other white people. Hey, you could keep your religion. You all that. We just gonna run here because we want resources. So there was a lot of context and all of that, because that was like 1,000 years, but it was like a lot of different things going on. It wasn't one system like we know chattel slavery. There's a lot of different things being played, and chattel slavery got evolved from that.
Okay, but it was the worst slavery in the history of mankind. It was chattel slavery.
Right, because it was the only slavery where you captured, kidnapped people for sale. Right? Hey, like it's a commerce. Like, hey, I'm taking you and I'm selling you like a piece of cloth, like a laptop. I'm gonna sell you for gunpowder. Like, so that was the first time people. I can say this: chattel slavery was the first time people were seen as objects and no longer people.
What you feel about this ethnogenesis thing, is because, my great grandmother had 35% Choctaw in her. But I tried to find a picture, I wanted to see what she looked like. I came up with a picture of look like a white woman,
Really? Yeah.
I know that I'm just knowing that's not her, but I don't know because,
she could. Hey man, she could have had 35% Choctaw, 2% African, and like 50-something% whitey Anglo.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was saying, am I one of them? Am I related to one of them $5 Indians?
No. Hey, bro, you got to stand. A lot of us have a large percentage of Anglo because of slave masters having their way with our relatives, right? And you got to understand that percentage was way higher the closer to slavery, because at that point you're 50-50, right? If one person that's Anglo, another person indigenous, they have a baby, the baby 50-50.
Let me say this then, okay? When I was like 12 years old, I was around my great grandmother, and she looked like she was like about 80, 85 years old, and she just reminded me of a native, American, she had the nose, the look down, and I was fortunate enough to meet her, and be around her as a little one, but I remember everything about her. And I just couldn't see that picture I seen of the look like white tea woman, being, a descendant of her. Right? I mean, her being the descendant of that, how was that? Unless she was owned by the Choctaw tribe. I don't know.
That's possible. That's possible. I'm gonna say this, bro, without going too in depth. The average person that says ethnogenesis all day long, they have no clue what an actual ethnogenesis is. They might have heard Tariq say something, they might have heard myself say something, but if I wanted to, I can ask some gotcha questions, and they won't be able to answer. The average person who says ethnogenesis have no clue all of what it entails. We just talk about the part that matters the most. But the average person has never looked into it. They have no idea of all it entails. Not just what we say. There's more that goes into it that folks ain't ready for. Folks ain't ready for like the real definition. All right, well, tap in with me, follow. I'm also YouTube. I'm on YouTube Live right now. My YouTube channel is Blacks, but it's spelled with an X, like Malcolm X. So it's Blacks. Yeah, it's Blacks, BLAX. The X is symbolic. It means something. Blacks, News, and Facts. I should be the only person that come up. Okay?
Black News and Facts.
Blacks with an X, BLAX.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I'm already following you.
Okay, there you go. And right now on TikTok, you might want to hit the follow button. And like I said, the average person.
I started following you first, and then it came on. Then I accidentally pressed join, and then it went somewhere else, and then it alerted me that you.
Okay, all right. That's dope then. It's about time the algorithm works in my favor. The average person who says delineation can't break it down. That's my FBAs. They can't explain it. And the average FBA cannot explain ethnogenesis. They'll say it all day, they'll say it all day long, and they'll repeat what somebody says. But if they were to invite themselves up here or click that Zoom link and let me cross-examine them, I guarantee you they couldn't tell you.
Okay, but I'm saying basically, I would try to understand it as we got a unique, lineage of blood, because
no blood. no blood, but no blood. You see, that's the thing. That's what people think.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
but blood is more genetics. That's more of some DNA bull crap. Now, ethnogenesis could have no blood. You know that?
I didn't know that.
That's why I say the average person who says ethnogenesis all day long have no clue. Have no clue.
He was explaining it. He was saying like how insignificant if we do have any kind of African blood in our system is because
Means absolutely nothing when it comes.
they infused themselves into our ethnogenesis. So
No. Now you can't. It's impossible. So you can't. That's not how. That's why I say people don't know what it is. That's not how it works. Ethnogenesis.
I didn't understand it.
Ethnogenesis. Okay, look. Ethno, which is that's two Greek words. Genesis, right? The Bible. You know the Bible, right? Genesis.
Right.
Well, what does Genesis mean as far as the Bible? What does that mean?
Well, I'm not really, I know that there's a book of Genesis in the Bible.
What does that mean? So when you open the book of Genesis and it explains Adam and Eve and how the world was, how the earth was void and what was going on.
It doesn't mean life,
Okay, right. But new life, right? The beginning. Okay, it just means the beginning, right? Or the creation. Okay. So ethnos mean people. In Greek, ethnos mean people, and then Genesis means life. You just said that. New life.
Right.
So combine it. New life people, new living people, new people. Okay. So when you read in Genesis, you read about new people who were never there before. The Adam and the Eve and all those people, they was never there before. So these are, and also like the creation that he did, the beasts of the field, all that is new. That was never there before. So when you say ethnogenesis, and it means beginning. So you can't infuse yourself in something if you were not there during the beginning. That's why it's impossible.
That's what Tariq was saying. He's saying that can we call ourselves African Americans or Black African? We came from Africa when just a small portion of them came into a big, put into 5 million people. And how? I mean, if we have any kind of direct linkage to the Africa, it would have to be less than half of 1%. It had to be that. So it's no significance.
So, but this is why we say this is zero. It's zero.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, yeah, it's absolutely zero because ethnogenesis has zero to do with genetics. So when they gaslight us and say what your DNA test says, we like don't matter. You dig?
Right.
Don't matter because ethnogenesis had nothing to do with the DNA test. See, but this is why most Pan-African people that got like some type of PhD or they won't call in because they know that they can't make that mistake. Now, FOOL, somebody remedial can make that mistake like revenue. It's all good, but a Pan-African scholar with a double PhD like Umar, he can never come on a live broadcast and deny ethnogenesis, not being a so-called learned man. So that's why they avoid talking about ethnogenesis because they gotta acknowledge it and stamp it and verify it, right? So they just avoid it altogether.
Johnson, he avoids all debates now anyway.
But not now. Okay, what debate have you ever seen him do, Umar Johnson?
I think he did something with what was his name, Sanate or whatever his name.
No. I'm talking about no. Hey, bro, I'm talking about qualified person that's on his level. Zero. Hey, yo, yeah. No, but none of them do. None of those guys debate anybody. None of them do. Okay. They'll run around and make up excuses, and they won't. But a Pan African does not debate. Like they're too easy to beat up. But anyway, brother, good talking to you because I'm gonna finish this video and then log off. But I'm glad you're following. Stay tuned in. Hey, look,
I got you, man.
I'm normally live weekdays and Sundays, super early, like 5 a.m.
5 a.m.
Yeah, weekdays, 5 a.m. And then I go live again in the afternoon, like 3:30. But
I'm Central Time.
okay, so I don't know. I think you're an hour behind. Yeah.
Okay. I'll look you up though.
All right. Yes, sir. All right, bro. I'm gonna drop you down. I'm gonna finish cooking on black and tune in because I'm gonna see a lot of things, and you might have questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. P. Jimmy. Okay, so let me play the question back that the brother asked Tariq.
Building magnitude.
Captain Flex, what's up, family?
Hey, magnitude, how are you, fam?
I'm good, man. FBA tapping in all day, man. Just want to continue to give you your flowers. Make sure everybody getting ready for that HC6, man. I'm excited, ready to see it. I've been a fan since the first one, but yeah, I just wanted to lend some insight, man, into the conversation to the brother that was confused about the museum situation. It seems as though like these tethers, they don't understand what it means to hustle and to be an inspiration, and it's always a double standard because when a brother got a museum and he do events there, people get confused. But when they do events at the Met Gala and the Smithsonian Museum and all that, it's all right. So it's always a double standard when the tethers don't understand how to hustle, how the game go. But I was curious, man, because I wanted to get some insight on and some clarification on these new designations of how things are going, because of course we know how FBA is rocking. But I have been doing some research and some studying, and I wanted to get your insight to see.
I'll help you.
Do you think that there is confusion amongst the people about?
Yes, it is, and you're confused, but go ahead.
The race of Black people or BLK people.
So why is he starting off with race, family? Why is it race is something created by white tea racists. Why are you starting off with a race? When James Brown said I'm Black and I'm proud, he wasn't talking about a Black race. When Malcolm X said the Black man, Black woman, they weren't talking about race. So he's leading with a talking point that's not accurate. So I see why he's confused. Like he thinks Black is just a racial thing. Hey, no, bro, we're ethnically Black because we said so. We're only racially Black because the white man said so. So we got to stop putting credibility behind the white man. Like when he say it, it's true. No, I'm not Black racially. I don't even acknowledge race. I acknowledge real things like nationalities and ethnicities.
And white tea people, because our race is tied more to a color as opposed to.
First of all, that's not how race is defined. Race is not defined to a color, because you have the Asian race and you have dark Indians there and you got light Japanese people there. Okay. In the Black race, you got people Black as midnight, and you got people Prince colors. So the Black is not based on race. They say ancestry and phenotype. So he's confused. He confused Tariq, and they about to have a confusing conversation.
A nationality. So what do I mean? The Germans and Italians and Chinese and a lot of these other races are normally categorized by, their continent, their nationality.
He said, dude, they're not categorized, my guy. They're just German. Okay? Western Hemisphere, they go ahead and make up the racial classification and they apply to people. Regions they control. Regions they don't control, there's no such thing as race. So you can't start applying race in China and Germany and Russia. Ain't no race over there. So this is just bad. The dude is confused as hell.
Things like that, if that makes any sense. Mm-hmm. Do you think that's where the confusion with our designation lies?
It is confusing because you made it more confusing. It was already confusing. You made it more confusing. And then Tariq Nasheed is going to make it more confusing because you started the confusion, my guy. You started it. You confused Tariq. So now Tariq going to give a confusing answer. And I'm here to unconfuse everybody. Watch this.
In the fact that BLK people and YT people are pretty much the only races of people whose race is tied directly to a color, if that makes any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. That's not how race is defined, my guy.
It makes sense. And let me break that down. That's a very good question. Understand something, that a lot of things, there's a lot of words that are amalgamations of color or physical descriptions, okay? I want y'all to understand something, like Morocco.
Okay, family. Every example Tariq is going to give is going to be an exonym. It's going to be an outsider calling people with names they color in a foreign language. That means the people ain't called themselves that before. Okay? These are colonizers looking at people and saying, hey, you're dark. And because you're dark, you're inferior. And because you're inferior, we're going to put you in slavery. So these dark words that was put on people, these words, the connotation is literally inferior, and you got to go in slavery, right? These were not complimentary words. These negro and noir, these were not sent to like, these were not respectful terms, family. These are very derogatory.
All right. That word Moor, Moorish, and all of that was a color designation. That was a Latin word for dark skin or black.
But who would call somebody that? They wouldn't call themselves that. If they're dark skinned, that's normal. Why would I feel the purpose to call myself what this whole country is? If we're all dark skinned, why would that be our name? You will only identify something that stands out. That's why white people is going around calling everybody dark. But hold on. Let me do a quick Google search real fast. Hold on. Come on, man. Etymology of Morocco. Let's see what comes up. Let's see what comes up. Let's see what comes up. Okay. Listen, the English name Morocco is an anglicization of the Spanish word Morucos. Okay. Which itself derives from the name of the historic imperial city, Maraklek, the capital of the Almoravid Empire and Almohad Caliphate. Etymology breakdown. Berber Amazigh origin. Marrakech originates from the Amazigh Berber. Roots, Amar, or Mur, meaning land, or Akushi, meaning God, translating roughly to land of God. So we didn't read nothing about black or dark skin yet. So that is the oldest etymology of it. Nothing to do with dark skin. Land of God, family, is how it translates. Okay. Medieval European. So right now we're learning about medieval Europeans. Medieval European translation. As Latin and European traders interacted with the region through Maralek, the city's name came to represent the entire realm, e.g., Latin Morocco or Moroccos. Arabic self-name. In Arabic, the country is called Al Maghrib, which translates to the west, or a place where the sun sets, reflecting its location as the westernmost edge of the early Islamic world. The official modern title is Al Mamlak, Al whatever, the Western Kingdom, family. Nothing about black, nothing about dark skin. So when Tariq said that, I never knew this, but I know he was wrong. Because when people name themselves, they don't name themselves after their skin. So on a fly, I give you the etymology of Morocco. Nothing to do, land of gods, in the Western Kingdom. Nothing to do with, and that was an Arabic self-name, the Western Kingdom. Nothing to do with a skin color or black. So where are we getting from this? Okay, so now I'm gonna type in, why do people believe Morocco means black? Why do people believes Morocco originally means black? Yeah, I do this word stuff, and I know, nobody's black. That's what I'm trying to say. When I say we're the only black people, nobody could beat me at debate, not even Tariq. I did thorough research. We're the only black people. There's no black Moors. That's some made up shit. We're the only black people, and I ain't sharing my identity. Okay, family, I'm gonna read this verbatim. You could type it in yourself. Okay, this is why I'm him. I'm one-on-one. Why do people believe Morocco originally meant black? It says the belief the word Morocco originally meant black stems from a combination of linguistic confusion, historical overlapping terms, and popularized internet myths. My family, I will not read a word further. I'm done with that. We read the etymology of Morocco, nothing with black. I typed in, well, why do people believe Morocco originally meant black? The belief, the belief that the word Morocco originally meant black stems from a combination of linguistic confusion, historical overlapping terms, and popularized internet myths. In other words, plebiscite babble. Okay, it goes further. Oh no, matter of fact, I'm gonna go down. It says the confusion with the word Moor. It says the most common source of confusion is the historical term Moor. Morocco and Moor share a root in early European languages, e.g., Latin Mori, that's what he said, Spanish Morocco's. In ancient Greek and Latin, the term Mari was used by Romans to refer to the local Berber inhabitants of Northwest Africa, Mauritania. Over centuries, especially in medieval Europe and Elizabeth England, the word Moor gradually shifted to mean any Muslim person and eventually came to describe people with dark or black skin. Family, nobody can F with me. So this had nothing to do with black. White people eventually said Moor means black. So they did what they always do. They take a word that has original meaning that applied to the people, and they take it, they remix it, they flatten it, they make it a disrespectful term. Okay? So that's why I say people won't call themselves black or white. It'll be an outsider to point out the difference and then label that. Okay, so I'm not gonna read one more second of that. So Tariq was wrong with this whole Moorish babble, but it's okay. We all be wrong. I be wrong sometimes. So let's go.
All right. Maurice. That's why all the people you see named Maurice. How many times you met a white person named Maurice? You understand? That's an amalgamation of Moorish. A lot of Moor just literally meant black in Latin for a long time. Or
Okay, he says he's not for a long time. That's not a long time. But it did not mean that originally. That's something white people said. Okay? That's called an exonym. It's imposed by your colonizer. Now I didn't know none of this. I didn't care to research. I know we're the only black people. So I don't gotta research every word that's confused as black. I don't gotta do that. I know my argument is defensible, it's irrefutable. We're the only black people.
Moorish, different variations of it. Yeah, you never met a white person named Maurice. Never. That's a black name because it means black.
No, it doesn't. It gradually meant that from white people, making it mean that because they thought dark skin was ugly. Okay? That's an X on them. And just because white people say it, Tariq, don't make it true.
You understand? So a lot of these words have color origins to.
No, they don't. We read the origins. We read the etymology. Land of gods, the Western Kingdom, a whole bunch of other stuff. And it meant all Muslims. Later in European world, later in the white team man world, did it take on a color origin. Stop it. That's cap.
Them. You see, England, that was called Albion. It was called Albion over there in Europe. That was called Albion for a long time. And Albion, that was almost a descriptive term too. That's where the term albino comes from.
Yeah, but that would be something recent. Okay. And again, I don't know if that's true. We got to look into that. But Tariq, that's my brother. I learned a lot from him. He's more right than he is wrong. But when he's wrong, he's wrong. I don't make people right when they're wrong. I don't make people wrong when they're right. But this one, he's wrong. Okay. He already made a mistake on the first one. So I'm not going to believe the second one. But anyway, let's go.
That pale white skin. That's where albino comes from. So there's always been different variations of names that had color origins, but they would morph into more of a cultural thing. You understand?
Yeah, you got that backwards. Got that backwards.
And the same thing with us. Black is not just a skin tone. Black
was always more than a skin tone. Okay. When we say we're black, Prince ain't black. A. Philip Randolph wasn't dark skinned. Neither was Dr. King. Okay. So we said black. We weren't saying, look at my skin, I'm black.
Is a culture. See, we defined what the black culture was really during the Harlem Renaissance. That was the time we let folks know black is not just your skin tone. We made blackness a cultural phenomenon.
So Tariq should have led with that. That Morris Babel stuff, no need. Stick to us. All right. So now he's actually 100% right. This is how I argue black. This is how I say we're the only black people, because we the only people that apply black as a cultural label.
So now when we say black, we're talking about the culture. You understand? That we're talking about something very, very specific.
Right. Which makes us the only black people. And that's why, like, I really need to have this talk with Tariq, but probably not online, because I don't know how you're going to do with the correction. But in person and offline, you know what I mean? I can play this back to him and say, this part you're right. The other part you're wrong. And the other part ain't even needed. We don't even got to do the more stuff. We don't care. That's them. But it's wrong. But that's them. Black is our thing, my guy. Why are you extending it to Moors and these people? No, we're the only blacks. And it's okay to only be, ain't that about, I'm kind of confused. Aren't we delineating? That means that what's ours is ours. You dig? So it's like we're delineating, but we're letting people still backdoor to black. You dig? I'll call it back.
You see? That's why a lot of tethers understood that. That's why tethers, and I'm not going to, a lot of people who would come here who are non-FBA and try to talk slick and try to distance themselves from us. Y'all remember back in the 90s and early 2000s, Africans and Caribbeans would proudly tell us that they weren't black. Don't let them fool you now, all right? Now, we're all black. The white man put me over. We're all black. In the 90s, and y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know in the 90s, they would be looking like Akon, talking about, I'm not black. I am Kenyan. I am not black. That was a thing. Telling you that they weren't black. They knew what blackness meant. Blackness really meant foundational Black American culture.
Right. That's why I say we're the only black people. But the mumbo jumbo you said earlier don't make any sense. Let's just stick to this right here. That's why I say we have to be indoctrinated in our truths. When you become indoctrinated in your truth, you say the same thing over and over and over. Let me give an example. The Nation of Islam, they define the white T-man as Yaqub's grafted devil. That was their indoctrinated truth. That never changed. No matter what nation member you asked, they said the same answer. The white T-man is Yaqub's grafted devil. That was unanimous truth. Age-added black man, the maker, the owner, the cream of the planet Earth. Okay? That was always the answer. All right? That's called an indoctrinated truth. Who is the 5%ers? The poor, the blah, blah, blah. Who are the 85%ers? The deaf, dumb, and blind. Blah, blah, blah. Who is the 10%ers? The bloodsuckers of the poor. These are indoctrinated proofs. When you ask who the 5% were, the answer stayed the same. When you ask who the 85ers were, stayed the same. When you ask the 10%ers, the answer never changed. We need to come into indoctrinated truths. So Tariq is now establishing the indoctrinated truth that I already established. Black is a cultural thing that only we brought to the world. So therefore, nobody else can be black unless you were part of that making of black culture in America. I mean, that has to make sense.
You understand? Now, when they learned that there would be some benefits if they're temporarily black, they knew how to dip in and out of blackness. They knew how to dip in and out.
See, this is the part that confused me with Tariq. He starts off expanding black to anybody, and then he gets on code, like he's representing what black really is. So I'm like, dude, so why not just say this? Stop saying the other stuff. Just say this, because I'm telling you, you're leading with the Moors thing. You're allowing foreigners to backdoor themselves to the lineage, saying they're black by the first definition he gave it.
Oh, they delineated first. Oh yeah, the whole me no black. Oh yeah, they delineated first. Let's be very clear. They were the first to delineate based on culture. And I want y'all to understand something, family. When it comes to understanding what foundational Black American is, nobody's confused. All right? They come around acting confused because now we've...
Okay, so that part I already played. Who's confused? We did on my correction and breakdown. More don't mean that. I gave you the origins, the etymology. I read it. You can do it yourselves. I'm one of the only few people on earth that I say, whatever I say, Google it. If it disagrees, I'm wrong. I'm one of the only people who says to make that claim. I say whatever I say should align with your research. Whatever I say should align with your AI search. If it doesn't, AI is right, your Google search is right, I'm wrong. I'm that confident in my talking points. You can easily beat me up. If your research says something different than me, opposite of me, I'm wrong. So if you have a question about the way I broke down black, it's impossible for a Moor to be black. Let me just say this. It's impossible for anybody foreign. If you're considered a non-FBA, okay? If you're not with our lineage, I'm saying you were never black and it's impossible to be black. If you got questions about that, click the Zoom link, click or invite yourself up on TikTok. Because I'm about to get off and I want to be very clear. I don't want to be confusing. All right. If I make sense, TikTok, press 1. You too. If there's no confusion on black, press 1. Real simple. If you're not confused, what I just said about black, press 1. If you are confused, press 0. You dig? I just debunked the whole in love. I didn't cook Tariq in love. More don't mean black. And that's not the origin. That's some made up stuff by white people. And I don't value white people's scholarship. Like they don't get to say it is something and is that. No, no. They're not white and right. Okay? Right, Donnie. He still calls him black because Tariq on this subject, Tariq is all over the place. So I want to have a talk with him, but I don't want to be public because I don't want to feel like I'm trying to like embarrass him. You dig? And he says, "Oh, you play us like Babylon," or he played the music on me. So I kind of just like stay low, and hopefully like we can engage email or something like that. But I on the fly looked up more, and it meant nothing he said. The internet literally called it plebiscite Babel. You guys can do it yourself. Ask your AI, ask your Gemini, ask your Grok, why do people believe Morocco means black or more means black? So yeah, man, more has a meaning, but we read the meaning. More meant land of God. Like, yeah, like we read the etymology, bro. Just type in etymology. You can't spell it ETY MOLG MOLOGY. Etymology and put in more Morocco. All words got a meaning, but it ain't some shit Tariq made up or even a white man made up. You dig? It don't mean what none of them said. It has its own meaning. It goes back to the Berbers. Then it was an Arab. You dig? It didn't mean nothing we talking about. It meant land of the gods, and then the Western Kingdom, and then it meant all Muslims. You dig? I ran it down, and now I know it. I did not know this before just now. But if y'all know me, when I know something, I know it forever. So now I know it. Now I'm I'm a bad man. You dig? I just knew he was wrong by even saying it because I know. Listen to what I know. I don't know about more until now. I didn't know that. But what I do know is this: we're the only black people. So if anybody try to make Smiles black, I know it's fake. I know it's fake news. I know it's false. I know it's false. And all of us can make a mistake. And Tariq made a mistake. It's okay. So I'm back on. Damn, man. Hey yo, Saturdays for y'all, Saturday's probably your best day. For me, Saturday is my worst day. I have nothing planned, but I'm probably gonna play pool and do some bullshit. But I'm gonna try to go live. But listen, I'm definitely live tomorrow, 5 a.m. 6 a.m. tomorrow. I'm live. Hey man, if you're on TikTok, follow me. YouTube. You know what I mean? Like, subscribe, share, whatever. If you support the research, and again, I'm a guy who does the real research. I put research in my own words. When I say it, I'm the only person who said it like that. Right? I don't borrow people talking points. I might borrow your information, but I'm gonna put it in my words. You best believe that. Anyway, if y'all like what I'm doing, y'all can just keep following, showing support. I'm live. If you cannot support live, you can't be in attendance all the time. $ unbiased Ron. Okay, if you can't always make it here, but you want to support another way, you know, you whatever you want to donate, that's on you. It could be $1, $2, $3, 300, 3,000. That's on you. $ unbiased Ron. If you can't make it in person, make it while I'm live. I'm out. Peace, and I love you guys, but I'm not going to like be humble. I'm him. Okay, and I prove it every time. All right, and I'll be desperate for somebody to call in and challenge me. So now, brother, say you can call in, Verd, whatever your name is, Verde, Green, Verde. If you will call in, cool. I'm willing to talk to you. My claim is this: I don't believe there's no question you can ask me that's on a subject of delineation that I can't answer. I think I could cover every question on FBA topics. I don't believe nobody have one question I can't answer on FBA topics. So I think I'm one of the most qualified people to represent FBA talking points. Prove me wrong. Call in, invite yourself up. Prove me wrong. And have it. How many years I've been on here? Nobody did it yet. Peace. Be one.